What is up, everybody? How's everybody doing today? I don't know. Okay, we'll switch through that. We got 41 people here. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, um, hit the notification bell for more videos and live streams and all the things of that nature. Let's see. Save here. Also, if you want to check out my link for BTCC in the chat, feel free to check out that link. It's at the top of the description and the top of the chat at this moment. Also, I will put a poll in the chat to see if you guys hit the like button. All right. Audio seems to be good. We're good on YouTube. We're good on, let's see if we're good on Twitch. We should be good on Twitch. We are live on Twitch as well. And we should be live on X. So let me go to my channel or my profile. And yeah, we are live on X as well. So feel free to check me out on all three of those platforms. We have 54 people here. Make sure you hit the like button. And yeah, good morning. What's up, bro? Good morning. Welcome to the bear market. I don't think that's true. I don't think we're in the bear market. I think what we're seeing is a major amount of fear. And that will continue until people start getting insanely greedy. And usually, we have some clear signs that will tell us that people are starting to get greedy. And I'm not fearful at all. Even if it was, let's say if it was the bear market, even if it was, I still understand the idea of longer term holds, right? I'm holding for prices, right? Not really holding for time frames. And when you get to that point to where you can hold for certain prices that are happening as you move along, you can go through bear markets a lot easier. Yes, it is difficult to see your portfolio drop by 50% or drop by 60%, but it can make it a lot easier on those bear markets. I have money for the bear markets, and that's what I was hoping to have, is to have some money for the actual bear market. But I don't think this is that. I think we are seeing extreme fear, which we will get into. But we're definitely seeing a larger drop than what we usually see. But in times of the bear market, we would see 20% drops. And then we would see like a 5% increase, and then another 10% drop, and then 10% increase, and then we would see a 20% drop, right? So it would be consistent over the week to where we would drop, or over the month where we would drop, but sometimes daily we would see those positive days throughout. But the positive days are a lot lower than the negative days. But this is not that in what I'm seeing. But everybody has their own opinion. No one truly understands where we stand until it happens, right? And even when it does happen, people still don't know what's actually where we actually are. Does that make sense? Can't sleep. I can understand why. I was getting notifications left and right, so I was like, I have to go live. I got a couple of hey, could be liquidated. What's it called, notifications. Transferring more funds from savings to checking to have on hand. Yeah, I mean, as you see some of these prices, it just looks like a steal, especially compared to the high prices that we've seen. And not even looking at the high prices, but understanding we haven't gotten to new all-time highs. We haven't gotten to, breaking these levels and doubling where that price is. You know what I mean? Like in Ethereum, we expected to see in the altcoin season at a level of $10,000. We saw it at $5,000. Like that's pretty much it. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Thoughts on pump fund? Do you hold any? I can't say that I do, but I hold a lot of stuff. Some things that I haven't kept track of. for a while. Thoughts on Hyper SUI after it turned out to be a scam and not connected to SUI at all? I haven't looked into it, but I would have to look into it a little bit more. There's a sale on the market. Best time to buy a strong support level. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of support levels here. Not necessarily the lowest of lows, but lowest or not lowest, low levels to where you can gain a ton out of it as you move along. And still, looking at it, you're looking at a $2.82 trillion market cap. You're looking at things that are still at $100 billion market cap. So even though it looks like a low price, like an XRP, right? Even though an XRP looks like a low price at a $1.89, it's still at $114 billion market cap. You got to understand that it looks like it's like, oh, everything's collapsing to the floor, but this is definitely not the floor, right? And maybe some people would say it's baby steps into actually seeing that decrease, but for me, that just creates more opportunity. When I see this fear at extreme fear or lower on that red scale, I mean, I'm all for buying positions that I can have a lower cost basis on, which is a ton at this moment, right? I'm still up on my Solana position. I'm still up on XRP. I'm still up on Jasmcoin. I'm still up on Ethereum and some others, right? But things like Cardano, 40 cents. You know what the lowest low for Cardano is, right? The low for the last year, or even, I guess you can't really look at all-time low, but the lowest for the last year, you're looking at 33 cents. We are sitting at 40 cents. So it's closer, way closer to the low than it is closer to the high in the last 52 weeks. And that's what makes it insanely interesting, is because this is not even the all-time high, right? This is literally just the high for this past, 52 weeks. The low that we've seen here, we haven't seen it go much lower than this in the past, 4 years. So you're looking at a very low price where it currently stands at 40 cents, and you have so much potential and so much opportunity. That's what makes it insanely interesting. And there's many others that are like that, right? It's not just one. You could see AVAX that's at a very low price. I think that's at like a $13 price point. Litecoin at an $82 price point. Chainlink at $12. Let's see, let's scroll down. Kronos at 9.4 cents. I even saw, where's Caspa? OKB back down to $95. That's not a bad, I kind of want to make a move into that. Like sole ownership rather than leverage trading. Cosmos at $2.58. I think my cost basis might be $3 or so. Let me go back here. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know if I'm going to get a notification for it. I should have. Anytime, man. Are they not giving me... It's not reading it out loud. Or maybe it did, but I just didn't hear it. This is slow. What are your thoughts on SUI and Chill Guy? I haven't seen what SUI is doing. Has SUI dropped anything? So let me see. SUI is at $1.36. Just in the last 24 hours, it's down by 16%. In the last week, it's down by 24%. From about a $2 price point all the way down to the $1.30 price point. In the last month, we've seen it at down 43%. From a high of $2.60 down to $1.30. My thoughts on SUI, I would say I think the one thing that kept me away from it was the difference between the circulating supply and the total supply. I never like to see anything have the ability to be diluted basically 3 times over. If something is diluted maybe 1 time over, that's kind of pushing it for me, but about 2 times over is a little bit much. SUI itself, I haven't really dove into the use cases or, you know, of it, right? I'm not going to say lack thereof, but use cases of it. But a lot of people do seem to love SUI. You have almost a million, 3/4 of a million followers on Coin Market Cap. You have 500 over 500,000 watch lists, right? You have a $5 billion market cap. It could be something that's worth a lot more in the end, right? It's available on Coinbase, available on Binance. It's available on OKX and many other tier one or S tier exchanges that's there. So, I mean, I don't have any negative thoughts on it. I don't believe that it's going to crash and be worth nothing, which I am not really saying about anything. But if I had a base level thought on SUI, I think it's going to have massive success, right? I think we're going to see a lot higher prices than where we stand here today. And I think it's a steal to be able to get at $1.30. And I feel like SUI has a little bit more overreaction. So maybe don't leverage trade it, but buy it outright at low prices and you will be perfectly fine, right? You look at the last year, we were looking at a $5 price point down to currently at a $1.36 price point. But all history showed that you could have bought this at 26 cents and, sold at $5 or held on to it, right? Buy more at these levels. I feel like this is not a bad level to have it at. Even to me, where I don't own SUI, and I honestly would own SUI at these prices. And I could own SUI at these prices. And a tissue. I don't have any tissues down here. I need to go get a tissue. Guys, we have 115 people that are here. If you can hit the like button, please do so. We have 35 likes, which is great. Thank you for hitting that like button. I do appreciate it. But if anybody else hasn't done that, feel free to do it. It does help out. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. I know you said, what do I think of Chill Guy? I don't even know what Chill Guy is. So let me see. Is it something that is currently live on CoinMarketCap? Is this something that's at a $16 million market cap? Let me know if that's the case, right? I don't want to, that's down 95% all time. In the last 24 hours, it's down by 12%. It is also, again, only at a $16 million market cap. But $16 million is better than being at less than 1 million. You know what I mean? It has many different exchanges as well. So all the supply seems to be out there. Could have an overreaction to where things do explode. And this could be a beginning of the road type of thing because it's been around for, let's see, all history. It's been around for about a year, which is great to see some history and great to see some movement, but haven't really seen that fluctuation. But how much fluctuation you're going to be able to see in a year? You know what I mean? So it's definitely interesting there as well. Hey Matt, have you heard anything about DXRP happening? Happen to whitelist your wallet to claim your tokens? I've not been able to find anywhere, and I think scammers are trying to get me to do it. Have you seen anything about DXRP to happen to whitelist your wallet to claim your tokens? I haven't seen anything at the moment. All I have is my tokens that are still in the background, not necessarily in my wallet. But I will contact them to see what's happening with that because I know I don't want anybody to get the information in my wallet or anything like that to be able to take everything that I own rather than, even just like take my DXRP. Like I don't want anything to be taken. I've been meaning to ask you for this for a while. Can you explain how coins with very big supplies, bigger supplies than XRP, can trade at $10 or $30 per coin? And XRP is stuck. And XRP is stuck. Can I explain how coins with bigger supplies than XRP can trade at $10 or $30 per coin? So you're saying like which so I don't necessarily believe that that is the case, right? I think the only ones that you see that can trade at those higher prices per coin are, and even if, right, Bitcoin is not at a higher price or not at a higher supply. It's actually at a much lower supply. You're looking at millions. Same thing goes for Ethereum. You're looking at millions. For anything higher than XRP, it would mean that they would have to be not revolutionary, but they would have to be a top three cryptocurrency in order to do so. Because if something has a higher supply than XRP at 60 billion, right, and or let's say 110 billion, they would need to be worth, because XRP has 100 billion total, well 99 technically, but let's say that something did have 101 billion. If they did, they would then have to get to a $1 price point, to get to a $10 price point, they would have to be worth $1 trillion. So it's tough to say that that can happen, but the project, I guess, would have to be revolutionary. It would have to be something that's a game changer to the market and is going to take over the market. I don't know what you're referring to when it comes to like what positions you're talking about specifically, but I would like to know that. I don't necessarily believe that many others are going to be able to be a $10 or $30 price point with a higher supply than XRP, right? It's I wouldn't say it's not possible because I know that anything is possible. Kevin Garnett would say the same thing. I don't know if you guys know who that is. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But he said that during the NBA Finals. Well, actually, when they won the NBA Finals. But either way, I think that there's not anything on the market right now that I would say, hey, this is going to reach a $30 price point and has a larger supply than XRP. Like, I don't see that, right? You can look at the top cryptocurrencies and none of them have that, right? Dogecoin has 151 billion, but I don't expect that to reach a $10 price point. I don't expect it to reach a $30 price point. The only way that you could specifically, you could actually see is something that has a higher supply reach a $10 to $30 price point would be with burns. So if it was like a Terra Luna Classic or something, if you believe that it could get to a $10, $30, or even all-time high of $120 price point, is by burning down that supply, decreasing the supply, and then you can get to that price point there. But that doesn't mean that you have a higher supply than XRP. It just means that you had a higher beginning supply than XRP. Does that make sense? Um, yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna go get a tissue really quick. I'll be right back. So it's a meme, yes. Okay. So that's what you were talking about. You were talking about this position, which is Chill Guy, which currently stands at 1.6 cents. This is at a $16 million market cap with $12 million worth of volume. It has different markets as available on. So KuCoin, MEXC, Crypto.com exchange, and 66 other pairings that's there. It does look very, very interesting because I do like early stage things, but I haven't seen much on the fact that this will be worth so much more, right? It's only a year breakout, so how much can you see in a year? So expecting to see kind of that fluctuation, you're not really seeing that, right? The only thing you saw was the low of maybe a 1.8 cents, and it currently sits at 1.6 cents, which is lower than the previous low that we've seen, meaning that we could have some decent potential back up to a level of 10 cents, right? You can see a decent size rise in something that you decide to, risk some money on. If you wanted to throw $16,000 in there, you would then get a million Chill Guy, and Chill Guy could be worth a lot more. It's just, that's totally up to you and whatever you wanted to do there, right? Because again, you can get it at Crypto.com exchange and take that risk, but it is that, right? It is a risk. Any position that you get into is a risk, but any meme coin is a little bit more of a risk, right? So, again, thank you for that super chat. Jasmine is 99.9% down. It was always going to be 99.9% down because the overall supply in the beginning was actually way less, right? It was less than a billion coins, and then they added all those coins into there. Now this opens up the door for no dilution into it because all of the supply is out there, and now you just have whatever utility comes on board and whatever hype comes on board and everything there. This is not something where the drop that we're seeing is solely connected to Jasmcoin, right? It's connected to so many other things. And if you are starting to change your mindset from, I want to be short term and I want to hold this until, I don't know, the end of the year, because that's when things are going to break out. If you start changing your mindset to, I'm holding for prices, I'm holding for the long term, I'm holding for what Jasmine is going to be and what XRP is going to be and what Ethereum is going to be, that will change your life, your investing life, and the success that you have. Because you're not looking at it and going, oh, I'm fearful that this is going to go to a low level and I'm not going to be able to get out. I'm not looking to time the market. I was never looking to time the market, and I'm not ever going to look to time the market. The thing that I'm looking for is the consistent growth, whether that's consistent over 5 years, right? Whether we're looking at 5-year breakdowns or 4-year breakdowns or 2-year breakdowns. The point is that I'm looking for that consistency over a longer period of time to see that it's rising. Even the lows, right? To see the higher lows and higher highs, right? To see that and see the upward trend. That's all I really want to see. So, yeah, same thing goes for Bitcoin, right? If you look over time, the lows have been historically higher than what we've seen in previous bear markets and bull markets and all of that stuff. The highs have been historically higher than what we've seen in other bear markets and bull markets. If you consistently look for, hey, I want to look around the corner and see a 100 or 200% gain, you are not going to find success, right? You're going to find some success, but then that success is going to be met with massive failure, because what you're going to do is make a bunch of money. You make $100,000, let's say, within a half a bull market, and then it drops and you lose. You start to throw some of those gains that you had into other plays that you feel like are at lower levels, and now you end up losing a lot because you bet everything on crypto, right? You bet everything on that one, these different plays that you have out there, right? And you're taking that massive risk, but if you're looking for that gain, you find that gain, and if you're looking for that elsewhere again, you might not see that same time frame that you're looking for. But if you invest into something for what it's going to be in the future, for the potential, for the kind of the staying power of what crypto can be and certain cryptos can be, that's where you find success. That's where I've been able to find success. I don't care if the next bull market or the altcoin season happens in 3 years from now. The point is that I'm preparing myself for for growth. I'm preparing myself for the fall. I'm preparing myself for the rise. I don't expect this to be the bear market. I still believe that you have extreme fear, but that extreme fear is going to create a lot of greed in the process. Was counting on altcoin season to make my portfolio break even, then get into profit. Over 10K down, devastating this. Well, the one thing that people can do, as you get into the end of the year, if you are not in profit, I mean, you can always write off losses, not all losses, but losses in taxes as long as you take those losses. But then you have to reinvest into those in the new year. That's the risk you take because you could see things absolutely explode. You screwed me on Jasmcoin. Jasmine is 99% down. First of all, if you invested from when it was 99% down, you invested a way too early, but you can average in and lower your cost basis immediately if you were at 99% down. We're talking about a $4 price point that you would have invested at. And if that's the case and you invested at that point, I told everybody at that point that I was not buying Jasmcoin until it came down to a very low price. My initial buying point was and is, well, not is, I guess I changed that, was 40% of a penny. I talked about it when it was at 30% of a penny. I talked about it while it was at 50% of a penny, right? These levels, I'm still profitable in Jasmcoin, and I just bought more Jasmcoin. So my cost basis is still 54% of a penny. And if I become not profitable in Jasmcoin, guess what? I'm going to buy more Jasmcoin. You want to know the reason why? Is because I believe in where Jasmcoin is going to be. 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents, a dollar, right? These levels, I know that it's going to get to these levels. It's just a matter of time of getting there. The extreme fear that we're seeing now, and many people that are questioning many positions, many people that are getting out of those positions. I mean, that's on you on whatever you want to do, right? I invest my own way. And then when I see success, people are always like, oh, I should have bought Jasmcoin when you talked about it. It's like, I don't know what to tell you, right? I talk about this all the time. I talk about the mindset behind cryptocurrency or even investing in general. The mindset behind investing is so difficult if you're not used to it, because you're seeing real time, especially if you're just getting started in it, right? You're looking at it every day. You're looking at it every, hour. You're like, oh, it's up by $100. Oh, it's down by $100. It's down by $200. I can't take this. If I lose $200, then, or if I lose everything that I've invested, now I lose that money. I got to get out of this position now. Guess what happens after you get out of the position? You go back 2 months later and it's up, and it would have been 200% up. This is the problem that people have, right? It's a mental process, and you have to learn how to work through all of the issues that you may have in your own brain, in your own mind. Not saying like anybody has major issues, just like with investing, in particular. I've been through that, right? Where I would go back and forth in my brain. Oh, I should get out of this position. I should be in this position. I could have been in Tesla early. I could have been in Amazon early. I could have been in Microsoft early. I could have been in Facebook early. But you know what? I decided to get in my own head and sell all of those positions as they were dropping, right? I wanted to keep my gains. My $1,000 gain, I wanted to keep that. My $250 loss in Facebook, when Meta was Facebook, I was upset with that $250 loss, but that would be worth the amount that I had of Facebook at that time. It would be worth thousands upon tens of thousands of dollars, right? Maybe even if I did the math, it might even gotten up to hundreds of dollars. But since I was so fearful about what was going to happen, I decided to sell way too early. And it's totally up to you, right? We look at the market, we're like 10% down, 9.65% down for the entire market. Bitcoin's down 9%, Ethereum's down 10%, XRP is down 10.5%, BNB is down about 10% as well, 11% for, or almost 12 for Solana. 12% for Dogecoin, 16% for Hype, 7% for Bitcoin Cash, 12% for Link, 10.5% for Stellar, which again, I think you look at some of these prices of different things and you're like, this is a steal. Litecoin, 9%, Avalanche, 9%, 12% for HBAR. Let's see. Shiba is down by 10%, SUI 16.5%, 14% for Uniswap, 13% for Polkadot, and so on and so forth. Many things are down so much. But this is the thing, right? You're looking at me. Am I fearful right now? Am I afraid of my entire crypto balance dropping to zero? No. Right? I know that crypto is going to be worth a lot more than where it stands here today. I know that where we even stand here today is still higher than where we were, at a $2 trillion market cap or a $1 trillion market cap. So if you have any opportunity to have any extra funds, just like someone said, they're moving money from their savings to their checking just to be prepared. If you have any money that's there, I look at it as an opportunity, right? Yes, as you see these bear markets, a lot of times I like to invest my money and put it directly into my dividend portfolio and put it into investments and not really touch it. And that does suck because I don't want to take from that, but I try to prepare myself for many investments that I can take up. The issue is that you have to make sure that you have a mindset of a long-term mindset rather than I could take this money that I have for rent and throw this in on a cryptocurrency. No, right? You take the money that you have that's free and you throw it into a, crypto project that you believe in. Don't try and have a time frame because that time frame, as we see, may not work out. The end of this year should have been insanely bullish, but because everybody's sitting around and waiting for it to be insanely bullish, they get afraid when things become bearish. And you know what that means? That means that the actual altcoin season is going to be even stronger than ever. And I cannot wait for it. But I'm going to have to wait for it. We have 163 people that are here. If you can hit the like button, get me up to 100 likes, I would greatly appreciate it. Anyone that believes they're intelligent will acknowledge we are within the bear market and will begin to elevate when the bottom can take place. Best guess wins. Look, everybody has you're saying anybody with intelligence, anybody that knows about investing understands that in a speculative market, no one truly knows what's going to happen. To say that we are in the bear market when we haven't even experienced the full bull market yet. We've seen Bitcoin run. We've seen things that have gone up to all-time highs or even have created new all-time highs. But many things in the market have not. Many things in the market haven't had those wins that we expected to see, right? Especially off of all the ETF hype, what could create consistency. This is what you get when you mix institutional volume, when you mix traditional volume into a speculative market. Because what they're going to do, especially since it's solely Bitcoin and solely Ethereum, what they're going to do is invest into that position that tracks Bitcoin. They're going to make their money out of it, like if they were investing directly into Bitcoin, but they're not. And then they're going to sell those positions, right? You're going to have the actual fund that is getting out of the plays or has outflows out of Bitcoin. Remember, you're investing into this fund. The fund is investing into Bitcoin, right? Is tracking Bitcoin. So you have the fund that's deciding to have major outflows, right? People that are deciding to sell their positions and getting out of it, like if it was truly just Bitcoin. But if you had all encompassing ETFs, that's something to where they're investing into the entire market. And I think that will be a bigger deal in the end. Not now, but as we move forward, those ETFs that track top 5, top 10, top 20, top 100 cryptocurrencies will be the reason why we see that consistency. But right now, we don't have that consistency. It's still a speculative market. And it's even more speculative with all the outflows of, ETF volume, meaning that people are getting afraid of Bitcoin falling. So they're like, well, what's going to happen to Litecoin? What's going to happen to XRP? What's going to happen to this, to that, right? So there's a lot of opportunity. That's what I'm trying to say. And I see it as that, to where I'm looking at SUI and I'm like, I could probably buy 100 of it right now. That's not a bad deal. And I don't think SUI at a $1.30 price point is a bad thing to have. It looks like it's only USD instead of USDT. I didn't want to. Do I have cash in Coinbase? Give me a second. Or do I not have cash in Coinbase? I should have had cash. Oh no, I didn't. I took the entire amount and bought something with it. So let me go over to here. Actually, I wanted to keep that in BTCC. Guys, make sure if you get a chance, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as well. If you guys are, interested in seeing more videos. Also, if you want to check out my link for BTCC down below, feel free to do so. It's a good platform. I really like it. Thank you for the person, or I guess there's one person watching on Twitch. There's a few people watching on X. So I appreciate you guys for being here and taking the time out of your day to watch me or listen. I've lost all my last 3-year gains. Sucks. It does, but this is the thing, is that if you can't look at it like that, you have to look at it like, I have opportunity to buy lower. Now, if you don't have any money, that's where it makes it a little difficult. But yeah, what the heck, man? I'm trying to send this really quick. Oh wait, I don't know. I wanted to check my bank account to see what's there, what's in limbo, because I think I have things that I need to pay. So might not be able to do that. uh 1,300 something wouldn't be bad. Yeah, things are definitely dropping lower and lower. Let me go ahead and refresh this. Yeah, 9.2% down for the entire market cap. That's not bad. Not the 9.2%. I'm talking about what I have. Crypto.com is trending right now. For what reason? Let me refresh this. And let me go over here and look at why Crypto.com is trending. The official Crypto.com affiliate badge showed up. Kronos chain, Turkey account. What? Oh, okay. First time we've seen this. That's not really huge news. This is how a legal scam works. CRO. So you think that dropping to 9.4 cents is a scam? It's just fluctuation. Congratulations, you were one of the winners of the crypto.com CR reward. Okay. Not seeing much that's happening there. It's just trending for some apparent reason. Hmm. All right. Weather the storm. The grass is gonna become greener. I agree. I still feel the minute Trump gets his Fed, man, we are flying. Yeah, you're saying weather. Yes, weather the storm. I honestly hope everything keeps going down. I'm happy to be down on my investments as long as I can keep income flowing and keep buying. That's very true, right? If you are someone that doesn't have that, right? If you worry about the money that you've invested, maybe you invested too much money for what you can handle. It is definitely a huge mental strain to invest in cryptocurrency because of how speculative it is. And even if, right, I'm investing into some pretty standard plays in my Robinhood account as well, and I've been down consistently, right? It's not over. I'm not down overall, right? If I look at the last 2 years, I'm still up by 7.11%. And I'll bring that over here. I'm still up by a 7.11%. But if I look at the last month, I'm down by 2.47%, or, $4,500, right? I'm not seeing it. I'm invested into pretty, standard stuff, right? You got SCHG, you got SPHG, you got VYM that you're invested into, you got FDVV, you got TDIV, that's $1,500 or $1,750. JP Morgan Equity Premium, right? You got many different things that are kind of standard. And you can see consistent gains in those. Some of them you've seen 27% gain or 20% gain over a shorter period of time. But then recently we've just been seeing things that have been falling. So it's not just the crypto market that we're seeing, right? It's a lot of other things. Good morning from Vancouver. Went to bed, saw this red tsunami, but no fear. HODL is the key. If you can buy the dip, good for Jasmy, Telcoin, cheap, no panic. Yeah, I agree. I haven't seen exactly the price of where Jasmcoin is. It's below 70% of a penny. It's currently at 68% of a penny. Does not worry me one bit. My current cost basis on Jasmcoin is 54% of a penny instead of being at the 50% of a penny level because I bought 500,000 more Jasmcoin. Now I still have 100,000 that's sitting in my Forever wallet that I don't plan to touch, but now I have 1.4 to play with. So if I wanted to if we got to a 5 cent price point and I wanted to take some profit from 5 cents, I could because I have 1.4 million, and I could take that for 400,000 and call it a day, right? I don't have to, and I probably won't, but I'm just saying that I could do that. I honestly hope everything. I read that. Good morning from Canada, East Coast. It's 6:30 a.m. here. Yes, it is 6:08 a.m. at the moment. Good morning, Matt and family. Good morning. I'm here in Canada, wide awake, and buying crypto. My wife said I'm gonna have to go to work. Wait, I have to go work the corner to get more money to buy these dips. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I don't think you're gonna have to work the corners, but we need to definitely have some money to buy these dips. It's still up 132% on my XRP back. Yeah, I'm still up a massive amount on it. It doesn't even matter if it does come back down to my cost basis, which is $1.22. What matters to me is I have a lot of XRP, but if it comes down to $1.22, that's my cost basis. Do I decide to buy more? I don't know, right? I could. But I also want to find other opportunities because I do have a lot of XRP. But boy, would I love to have 1 million XRP. That would be fantastic. Um, I gotta scroll all the way down. Sorry. Um, I don't think it'll drop to 50 cents, $1.50. What are we talking about here? I'm skipping things, so for all the people that said things, Trump bullish on CRO, buy the dip. Uh, you don't lose until you sell. Hold and wait. It will come back. That's the way that I play it, right? It's not about, I'm playing to price points, but it's not about like, oh, I need to sell um, this year. I need to sell next year. Honestly, I said this so many times that I didn't want XRP to break. I was afraid that XRP was going to break out to $5 by the end of this year, which we still have time to see it break out. But I kind of was afraid of that because I don't want to take profit in this year, right? I don't want to pay more taxes in this year. I'd rather it happen in the beginning of the year so that I have time to really, you know, I mean, I could take the money and just immediately pay taxes on it. But when it comes to taxes, I'd rather have the massive gains that I have in the beginning of the year than right at the end of the year. You know, I guess right at the end of the year would give you the freedom to understand, hey, you know, I'm paying this and it's happening right now. You don't have to kind of build up to that or anything. I like being able to gain the interest off of my tax money. So to be able to make money from that money that I'm eventually going to have to give away to the government, right? Putting a long in this morning, go hard or go home. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to as well. I want to buy different positions. But I don't have. I wish I had money on Coinbase, but I don't usually keep my like cash on there, so I would have to get it from a different place, which I could. Um, I guess I could here, but I would have to. I want to add the money first and then buy it because it's cheaper to do that instead of just buying it outright. I feel like you're spending a lot of money to do so. I need to clear my throat. It's not clearing up. It's all the talking. Let me see. Deposit. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Yeah. I don't want to deposit as USD. I want to do it as USD. Deposit. Preview. That's how that's gonna go. My deposit is pending. There we go. So now, over here, I feel like that's a good price to have. No, what is this? I don't want to do that. I just want 1,000. Can I switch it? 1,000. So I think that's a good level or a good amount to have. We'll see. We'll go from there. Because I always wanted to have SUI, and I felt like it was much like the prices were too high for where I wanted it, where it was at $2 and $3, and so on and so forth. I would have loved to have bought it at 30 cents or 50 cents when the drop actually happened, but that's where we stand with that. All right, so it looks like the crypto market is starting to come back a little bit. I mean, in the last hour, right? You're seeing Bitcoin that's up by 1% in the last hour, Ethereum that's up by about 1%, XRP that's only up slightly, but it's still, in the past 24 hours, it's still down. 121 people that are here. If you guys can hit the like button, I would greatly appreciate it. For what's happened in the market, things are falling, but we're starting to see a little bit of recovery in the last hour, which is great. Maybe people are waking up and they see the extreme fear and they're like, I want to be bullish. I want to be greedy. Crypto is a liquidity store. People are closing their positions so that they can buy elsewhere. The tip is to figure out what they're spending their money on or why they're holding dollars. Um, to an extent, I would say that. But it's not always the case, right? If you see 9% down for Bitcoin, a lot of that money doesn't trickle back into other things. And as you look at the entire market, if that was the case to where they are selling their position to buy other positions, that's not necessarily the case because the overall market is down by 9%, right? That means that across the board, especially in the higher tier areas, right, you see a lot of money that's coming out. It's over unless you're into utility coins. I don't think that's the case either. I think utility coins are your best bet for long term, for sure. But I don't think it's over if you're into meme coins or into, I guess the only other option would be meme coins because anything else would be a utility for that cryptocurrency. Hey, Matt, do you have a plan for the financial reset if that actually happens? I mean, the plan would be just like any other plan, right? Um, so what is the financial reset that people that's being said like in full definition? A financial reset is a strategic process to elevate or improve your financial. Well, I'm not talking about a financial reset. I'm talking about the financial reset. The term financial reset can also refer to the Great Reset, a broader economic recovery initiative the World Economic Forum launched to respond in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, which focuses on sustainable development and inclusive recovery. Um, this microeconomic and governmental level plan, distinct from the personal financial plan described above. Yeah, I don't. What would be the definition of the financial reset? Is there something that I'm missing that has been talked about? uh, Alex said that quantum computers could be a threat to crypto security. Do you believe this announcement is also affecting crypto negatively? I haven't heard much of it, so probably not. Many people have said or have expressed their issues with crypto. Obviously, someone as big as his name or what he's done would hold a lot more weight and push a lot more. I haven't seen much into that, which means that it's not necessarily the biggest news and the reason why crypto is falling, but could have some sort of an impact. I don't think it's a major impact though. I remember in November 2022, everything was all-time lows and exploded over you know, Xmas and New Year. That's when Bitcoin was 15K, and regretted not buying. Seems like that time again. I mean, yeah, I remember. Yeah, in was it 2022? What year was it? It might have been 2022. It was around. I thought it was around the beginning of the year when things started to skyrocket, and I saw Terra Luna Classic move a massive amount again, which it hasn't moved in a very long time. So I think that was the year. It was either then or it might have been 2020, the end of 2023, when, because you're talking about Bitcoin when Bitcoin started moving. The lowest price for Bitcoin wasn't when everything else started moving. Um, but Bitcoin was started increasing steadily from that point. But yeah, I regretted that not buying at that point as well because I had the opportunity to do so, but I did throw money into other things, which did give me massive gains out of it. Um, One option was XRP, and without that, I feel like I wouldn't have or be where I am today. So, I would have loved to invest it into Bitcoin. I would have loved to put money into Bitcoin, but that means I wouldn't have been able to put money into other things that I currently own. So, I can't feel bad for myself because I am up on my positions and I do believe heavily on the positions that I have. But, I would have never held I don't think I would have held Bitcoin through, which might have been a blessing, honestly. If I wouldn't have held Bitcoin through the $120 billion, or sorry, $120,000 price point, and I bought probably two Bitcoins at that time, I would have had about $240,000 that I probably would have sold all of it. And I would have had to pay taxes on that money at that point, or at this point in selling it within this year. But then I could have also bought a lot of other things a lot lower. You know what I mean? But I feel like XRP and a lot of other things that I bought were the way, and I'm happy with uh, the direction that I went. This market is so trash, and it would be like this. My and it would be like this my first full cycle. I mean, that's not a bad thing, experiencing the highs and lows. This is not the low, but you will experience a lot. No matter what cycle you were in, your first full cycle will still have the same result, right? You'll have these massive highs, massive lows, and just a lot of regret for not buying things at certain prices and certain levels. That's how crypto goes, right? Until it gets more stable. And even when it does, like in the stock market, if things are stable, you still regret not buying things at low levels. You still see things at higher prices. It's just not as volatile as what we see here in the crypto market. I pulled cash out just in case. I so switched Buggers Banks on Saturday. It has happened in the past. Um, but what's your definition of that? There's a video on YouTube that may be able to explain it. Um, Economic rewind of how the U.S. is using crypto and gold to erase 37 trillion in debt. I'll have to look into that because it does sound interesting. It's just, you know, I don't know how that would affect me, but I know that I would still move the same way. Like I wouldn't expect that I would drop everything that I own because of an economic, reset or anything. And I think I would still have the same mindset where I'm hold long term. Now, if it's something where everything is reset and what you own is not held and all that stuff, that's a different story. I don't know how that process goes, but for me, I would still have the same mindset. I wouldn't need a an extended plan. It would just be to hold through the down times, whatever that reset is, and everything. Hold through the down times to get to those times where you are up, stock wise, real estate wise, collectible wise, crypto wise. Doesn't matter. December is going to be green. A lot of good news for crypto. Honestly, there was a lot of good news for crypto in October and November. The issues is that we also had a lot of bad news in crypto. And then some days where it's just unexplainable. Like, what's the biggest news in crypto right now? I don't want to go over the prices. ETF outflows. Yeah, U.S. listed spot Bitcoin ETF have experienced record outflows. It seems like every day you have record outflows. Every time it's like, oh, they experience record outflows, where it's 700 billion, and then it's or 700 million, and then it's 800 million, it's 900 million, nearly a near record $903 million on Thursday alone. This indicates a lack of buying the dip, institutional demand, and a significant selling pressure. Massive liquidations. The market has triggered nearly $2 billion in liquidations of leveraged positions in the past 24 hours, with the total crypto market capitalization dropping below $3 trillion for the first time in 5 months. Political developments. Crypto lobbyists are pitching the Trump administration on new tax policies and regulatory actions. The Senate Agriculture Committee has also advanced the confirmation process for Mike Selig, Trump's pick for CFTC. Institutional adoption news. So not really much. How's that the biggest news in crypto right now? Doesn't really seem like there's much happening. It's mainly around the price point and how things are falling. Crypto crashing. Key factors. Flight risk assets. So global markets are showing risk aversion, with investors pulling money out of volatile assets like cryptocurrency. This follows the previous sell-off driven by fading optimism around the tech sector. Why would there be fading optimism around tech? I feel like tech is always going to have the growth. Like, we're always going to experience newer and newer technology. The Federal Reserve's monetary policy, including the path of interest rates, is causing the market uncertainty and reduced liquidity. Massive liquidations, we just talked about that. Selling by midterm holders. Some analysts point to aggressive selling by medium-term holders as a primary driver of the recent market slide. Profit taking. After reaching all-time highs earlier in 2025, some investors are likely taking profit, contributing to the selling pressure, which, I mean, yeah, but not to that extent. I feel like it's more on the eyes of, like, you see outflows, record outflows, which when you see those record outflows, you start to see a drop. And when you see that drop, people become fearful. And then when people become fearful, they sell their position, right? Many people would see that, right? You buy the dip, and when people are fearful, you're supposed to be greedy. Not most, but some. But then you would see most people that would sell the position. As they sell that position, that then leads to liquidations. And we're not talking about liquidations on just one person, but obviously $2 billion worth of liquidations in the last 24 hours or so, right? That those liquidations that we see also lead to more selling pressure, which then could lead to another liquidation, which could create liquidation trains. That's kind of the problem with leverage trading there, is that you have such a speculative market. And if you are at a high leverage, you can get liquidated very fast. Even if you are at a lower leverage, right? You're at a 5x leverage. It could be something that really does affect you, right? 2x leverage, 3x leverage, maybe not so much, but still, you can still see yourself get liquidated because of that. If you own outright, you have no problem at all. But leverage trading does give you the opportunity to make so much more money. And if you're investing $1,000 at a 2x leverage, you don't expect something to drop 50%, right? But if you're doing a 500x leverage and it's 0.2% or something, then you have a problem. Do you think that the Clarity Act will be a catalyst for moving up? What is that? Is that to get clarity in crypto? The Clarity Act 2025 of the U.S. House of Representatives bill to aim to establish a comprehensive regulatory framework of digital assets, classifying them as dividing regulatory authority between the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. The bill was passed by the House in July of 2025 and will be reviewed by the Senate, seeking to provide clarity for the digital asset market, encouraging innovation, and set rules for issuance, trading, and compliance. I mean, it depends. I would like to know more of the detail of that. So, key provisions of the Clarity Act divides regulatory authority. So, establishes clear jurisdictional boundaries between the SEC and the CFTC, with the CFTC overseeing most digital commodities and the SEC handling certain aspects like in investment contracts. Classifies digital assets. The bill creates a new definition, digital commodity, based on the characteristics like the use and functioning of the blockchain network, with the with the goal of creating a clear, distinct distinction from other assets like securities and stablecoins. Establishes compliance rules. It introduces specific requirements for market participants, including anti-money laundering and record keeping obligations, and sets criteria for delisting of non-compliant assets. For digital commodities, so it provides exemptions for digital commodities on mature blockchains. The bill provides exemptions for SEC registration requirements if certain conditions, such as annual sales limits, are met. Supports innovation. Proponents argue the act will restore confidence in regulatory environment for digital assets and encourage innovation by providing a stable and clear legal framework for businesses operating in the U.S. I think if you think about it, yes and no. I think the Clarity Act does create that clarity that a lot of people want when it comes to having some sort of regulation around crypto. But again, I think that's just solely for the U.S., where you would still see a lot of action, a lot of movement, and honestly, it could be a lot of jealousy depending on how strict you get when it comes to delisting, right? Because you have Coinbase, to where we're utilizing Coinbase, but if they cannot list everything that we want because of the boundaries that they have, or the boundaries that they have with the CFTC or whoever, right? That's where we then get upset because we can't find that new position that we really want. But until it gets, the world will have access to that before we have access to that, if that makes sense. But it would also be more of a regulation on the exchanges rather than a regulation on cryptocurrency itself. Because you can't just say, oh, I don't want this cryptocurrency to exist. It's going to exist, right? Whether you're trading in the UK or you're trading in the US or you're trading in Canada, it doesn't matter where, right? We're regulating what we are doing. And that's where that stands. So I don't know. I think having any type of clarity is always good. But I still think it comes down to right now the speculative market and the inflows and outflows of ETFs until we see the all-encompassing ETFs and a lot of inflows into that. I don't think we'll see consistency for a while. We're still going to see, and I think with the use cases as well. So those two things can really push consistency and growth in the crypto market. Crypto is a scam? I don't think that's the case. I mean, you could find some that are scams, definitely. Biggest news is buy more. Very, very true. Why am I not? Uh-oh. Did I lose internet? I didn't lose internet. I think I'm still live. Am I still live? Guys, if you could hit the like button, I would greatly appreciate it. Basically, it stops crypto from being the Wild West. Yeah, in a sense, I think crypto still has the rest of the world in order to experience the Wild West from. But then you have regulations in other countries as well. Clarity Act feels like another way to get their hands on everything for taxation to me. Yeah, because then what it does is allows you, if they're, the thing is, right, if they're regulating crypto exchanges to do this and say this has to be delisted, does that mean that we don't have access to wallets and trade directly on the chain? Does that mean that if we do, is that illegal? Like how does that get classified as well? Because I have wallets that are outside of the scope of Coinbase and Kraken and whatever US companies you have, right? I have wallets there that I can trade on and do whatever I want with, and it would be a nightmare for them to track everybody's wallet and the different movement that you have there. So what happens with that? What happens with MetaMask? What happens with Station Wallet? What happens with I guess Coinbase Wallet is connected to Coinbase, so you would be able to track that there and also only have access to certain things that's there. But trading on the chain, you just wouldn't have access to, I guess, those. Either way, I don't know how they would do it, but when it comes to wallets themselves, it will be interesting to see how that fits into it. What I think about XRP and XLM, I like both of them. If you dollar cost average $1.70, where would you be a buyer at? What does that mean? Would you wait until XRP's price drops below that? So if your dollar cost, if mine was at $1.70, if you dollar cost average at $1.70, where would you be a buyer at? I don't know what you're getting at here. Me personally, I would wait for XRP to get to a much lower price. And honestly, I have enough XRP. I don't think I would buy any more because I have enough. and I would just spread it across other plays. Focus on utility, QRP, quant, H bar, CC. No point timing the market. Make sound investments based on utility and sit back for 5 years. Not a bad plan. It holds exchanges accountable for price manipulation, sort of. Only certain exchanges, right? It would be Coinbase and Kraken and what other U.S. exchange you have. Because Crypto.com is not a U.S. exchange. It seemingly it is. Yes, the answer is yes. Institutions will have more of a clear road to add to balanced books. It will also kill most crypto scams, decreasing competition in scam coins. May drop 90% of cryptos will die. So this is where I think you're wrong, Defiant Energy. If you think that one country defines what happens in the crypto industry or crypto market, that is completely false. For US holders, it will, again, there's a lot of things that it could and couldn't do, right? And we honestly don't know what will be the case there because, again, like I mentioned, we don't know what's going to happen with wallets because people have access directly to the chain. Are they not going to have access to wallets anymore because MetaMask may have to change a lot of their things to kind of get in line with US regulations? Are we not going to have access to any exchanges out there besides Coinbase, which is a publicly traded company? Yes, it would give the institutions some volume and funds, ways to kind of trust crypto a little bit more. But as they're still have those ETFs, you're still looking at investing directly into that position, and whatever they decide to do, you'll still see these inflows and outflows based on the speculative market. So there's a lot that you can say will be good, but there's also a lot that could be bad. And you have to look at both sides of the coin because what could happen is you're like, oh, you know what? It'll do great for crypto and it'll get rid of all of the scams that are out there. And while we would love to get rid of all the quote unquote scams, right? You're never going to fully get rid of those, right? People will always find a way around those. Even in the markets, right? In the stock market, you regulate what goes through and what you're allowed to trade on the the Nasdaq. What is a penny stock and what could be a legit business versus what's not, right? And even if you still have those scam companies and you still have people that are willing and wanting to invest in penny stocks, in those companies that may not pan out, but if they do, then what happens in the end, right? You don't want to invest into early stages until you see that it's going to be something big. And then there are many companies out there that are creating out of their garage that are maybe not saying if you're creating out of your garage you're a scam, but that are scam companies that you can still invest into. So it's not going to take them away. It's going to allow them to be there, but then it's going to also allow regulation to any of what we can believe is a top cryptocurrency with also having exemptions. So, but yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think 90% of cryptos will die. I think they'll still be fully alive, and uh, other countries will maybe follow suit or create their own regulation, or maybe already have done that that we don't know about. Coinly and the meme coin trade wallet was wild. Every trade being a taxable event is diabolical. Um, Sarah wants to invest in meme coins. The ad just ran. It really? That's funny. Which ISO 222 coin would you buy right now with all the discounts that is going on? Either buy coins you don't currently have or add more coins that you that you already own? Um, I don't know. Um, uh, so I wouldn't really buy. I can't say that I would buy like XRP like I right now, right? $1.88 is fantastic, but I can't say that I would, because I have a lot of it, right? I'm trying to see a list of all of them, see if anyone's really popping through my mind. I would say XLM, but I want to see something a little bit further. Um, where's Algo's price right now? Algo at 13 cents. A $1 billion market cap with majority of the supply that's out there. I don't see that as a bad play. All history, it is down 95%, right? And that may look, you may look at that and you're like, that's crazy, down 95%. But to me, there's so much opportunity there at a $1 billion market cap, the highest price or the highest market cap that we saw this at. Let's look at the market cap. Highest market cap that we've ever seen this at was a 12 or $11 billion market cap, which was 2021. I think it should be worth and can be worth a lot more than that. The $10 billion market cap, $11 billion market cap. So I like Algo. I really do, and I've always liked it. And I think in the beginning stages, as I was investing in Algo, you had less supply. You had way less supply, meaning that a higher price point could be a lower market cap, and it has so much more opportunity, right? And that's why, you looked at the percentage that you're gaining APY wise, and you're like, all right, well, the APY is getting in the way of, or is making up for what the supply addition is. But if you just stuck with it and continued to gather Algorand from it and also invest into Algorand, you would be able to make a ton of money in the end as things are increasing. You would have hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of algo at the moment. What is the lowest price that we've seen in all history? So the lowest price that we've seen was about eight cents, which is, I mean, if you were looking to get, hundreds of thousands, you could have. You were looking to get 1 million, you could have, and this could be worth a lot more. So I don't know. I like XLM because I don't have it, and I'd probably say Stellar, but I really do like Algo. I like H bar too. Where's H bar compare? Because I think I'm currently in H bar, but I don't have um, or sorry, I have it at a higher price point. Give me a second. Let me go over to Coinbase. Let me look at my portfolio and bring up what's going on here. It's not allowing me to check my crypto because I have H bar, which I am still up on. I guess I bought it around this price. My average price for H bar is 9 cents. So maybe buying a little bit more of that and getting thousands of H bar. That's not a bad thing either. But yeah, I don't think I have any algo. I think the only algo that I have is over on uh Kraken. Yeah. I have a lot of positions that are in the red, meaning that that shows opportunity. Avalanche at $12 compared to my price, my buy-in price. If you can get Avalanche at $12 and you are buying Avalanche for the first time, that is a steal price, right? That is a massive price, and to be able to get, hopefully hundreds or even thousands of Avalanche would be massive. I'm also down on urine finance. It's at 4,000. I think this is one of the lowest prices that we've seen for urine finance. Um, but I have three that's sitting in my um, Coinbase wallet or Coinbase app, and I'm down $5,000, $6,000 on it. That's crazy. I'm still up on Jasmine. I'm still up on XRP. I'm still up on Cardano and Litecoin and HBAR. But a lot of other things I'm down thousands of dollars or hundreds of dollars. And the reason being, or the reason why I'm not panicking at this moment is because I understand um, markets. I understand that most of the things that I'm invested into are utility projects that do have a reason to grow and be used and be worth a lot more than where they stand. So that's why I've invested into those. Now, did I invest at the best price? Obviously not. But I do believe in it well above these prices and where it stands. And what it does is it provides me with the opportunity to lower my cost basis for each individual one. The problem is that I want to lower my cost basis on every single cryptocurrency that I have. The issue is that it you have to take it step by step. And when you take it step by step and you have this overwhelming amount of cryptocurrencies that you're like this opportunity, this opportunity, this opportunity, it's it's tough. It's tough. Find what play works for you, um, or fits your needs the best. But I think I don't know. You're in finance at $4,000 is I think is a steal. Avalanche definitely. So if I'm that strong on Avalanche and I'm down by that much for where I stand, basically 50% of because I bought it like 20 something dollars. So sitting at $13 or $12 um, is lowering my cost basis by a heck of a lot. If I invest the same amount in there, that's the issue. Is do I have $5,000 to invest in cryptocurrency? The answer could be yes. Could also be no. I tend to overthink these things. I have 8,000 XLM. That's great. I wish, honestly, I wish I had XLM. Caspa ran its course. I don't think it ran its course. I think it's definitely at a lower level, and people are underestimating um, what the run is going to be. Because I have 30,000 Caspa, and I think Caspa at 3 cents is, again, I'll say it time and time again, there's many steel prices, and this is one of them. Um, and 30 you have 10,000 H bar and 32,000 XRP. That's fantastic. To have 32,000 XRP is great. What's your cost basis on XRP? Um, three of my favorite coins, they will do big things. Avalanche was just trip was just triple last month. Exactly. Standing where it is today, $12, it was just at $30 not too long ago. So seeing it at $12, you have so much to gain from that, from where it stands to where it's going to get to. It's just, do you deal with it time frame wise, or do you invest into it for the long term? Which is, I want to invest into it for the long term, um, but I really, really have to move money around in order to do so. And I don't want to move any money from uh, here. Maybe I could. Because that's going to go somewhere. And then that's also going to go somewhere. But then I also have, yeah, I have to send money in different places. Ethereum and send it via that. all, and then go to Coinbase. Where's Coinbase? Coinbase. And then confirm. More long term, but agree. Some minor daily trading. I mean, I want to consistently do some day trading, but I just want to buy some things outright too. I really like owning things outright. But when I own things outright, it's all about the long term within it. So I hold it for a lot longer than what I would typically hold something for. Let's see. What am I doing here? No. Let me move this. All right, so that process should go through, and then I might be able to buy. I might be able to buy something as long as it does stay down at those prices. But then again, like, do I buy that or do I buy another position that because I just bought SUI, I bought 1,000 of SUI, but do I buy another 1,000 to own 2,000 SUI? Because I like SUI, and I wanted to own it, but I feel like I don't own enough at just 1,000 coins of it. I don't know. It does. It does feel like 2017 and 2020 drops before the peak. Looking similar on the charts. Well, let's see that peak. That's what I'm looking for. Um, yeah, I don't know. Because if I buy, like I said, if I buy another 5,000 Avalanche, I would like to hold 1,000 AVAX. I really would. I just feel like where this stands to kind of try and make up for, like, to add into that cost basis rather than to just find something new and continue to create on that or continue to hold that is a whole different story. What the fuck, market? Yeah, the market's not looking the best. XRP is finished. Investors are moving their capital to buy stocks instead. I don't agree with that. I think people do move their money to buy stocks for sure, but I don't think that's the case. There are lots of scams in crypto, but also gave me an opportunity to make a lot of money at one point. Uh, for that, I'm very grateful. Yeah, I mean there are some uh, plays that I've invested into that have gone to nothing. Basically nothing. Not necessarily nothing because no crypto is ever absolutely zero. Um, it will always be around and always have the ability for people to invest into it. But I've had things that have failed on me. Maybe 5 or 6 projects, maybe more. Might have been seven, 6 or 7, 6 or 7 projects. Maybe you know what? Actually, it's probably closer to 10. Um, but the point is that those failures gave me the opportunity to succeed in other areas, and the successes have been a lot larger than those failures. Investing $100 or $200 into a cryptocurrency that could potentially be worth nothing or potentially be worth nothing to you, um, but also have a large possibility to grow to a massive level from a low area gave me the opportunity to now invest into other plays that are out there. Does that make sense? My withdrawal was successful, so it already went through. Oh, it did. That was quick. Um, let's see. Let's go over here and let's change this. I think what I'm gonna do is not invest more money into AVAX. I feel like I have 500 AVAX. That's great. And where I'm at, yes, it is a higher cost, and I would be able to lower my cost basis. But I think for me, I think SUI is a very low cost basis, and I'm going to take the initiative to buy another bit of SUI to kind of establish something that could potentially be very positive from where we stand. Does that make sense? So I'm going to go and find my USDT, and I'm going to sell the USDT to USD. Sell that. And then we're going to go over to SUI, and we're going to buy one more 1,000. And call it a day. So now my balance of SUI is about 2,000. It's 1,999.8. That's stupid. I just bought one SUI. Get me to 2,000. Sometimes I like those round numbers. You know what I mean? I can't, like, I hate when I'm like, oh, you know what? I want to do simple math when I'm like, hey, if this gets to this price, this is how much I have. You know what I mean? Ew, keep the politicking out of the chat. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let's not worry about politics. So whatever side you're on, it doesn't matter. What matters is that is one of your top coins. I love it. That's fantastic. I currently own 2,000 SUI, um, and we'll see how that rolls. And I'll do some probably a little bit more research on it to see what my price points are. But yeah, so let me go ahead back to my account. I'm actually going to take the USD that I have, and am I gonna withdraw it? Let me get something else over here. Give me a second. And let me go to convert some Solana to USDT. What else? There's Bitcoin there. That's USDC. I want a USDT. And then we're gonna withdraw that as well. Wallet. I've missed the live stream mornings. It's nice to be back in here. Well, thank you for saying that. I miss it as well. It's just very difficult, with the kids and everything. As I saw things this morning, I actually wasn't going to get up. But then when I was getting all these notifications, I was like, all right, let me check what's going on. So then I checked it and I was like, oh, wow. All right, let's go live. Let's talk about this. Let's see what's happening. As long as there is something to talk about. And there definitely was. Here we go. Do that, and we'll go here. Blockchain. Oh, but is there any position that anybody decided to buy this morning? Is anybody like, I needed to have that, and this is the opportunity to get that? Try to do like 17 things at one time. All right. Perfect. All right, so there's that. I sent or did everything there. I should have a little bit of tether that's over there. I got some USDT that's over here. Book of Meme definitely didn't pan out well for me so far. I don't know if it will eventually. I mean, it didn't. That's one of those plays that, I mean, just, I don't know. It didn't work. And hopefully it does. Hopefully we see more of a gain there. But yeah, it doesn't look great for that. I've had meme coin success and I still have overall meme coin success. That one is definitely a hit. Not a hit in a good way either. What about Dash? Where is Dash? I haven't seen that in a while. Um, Dash is currently at 71, number 71st by market cap. It's at a $65 price point, $65.85 price point. $822 million market cap with $330 million worth of volume, a 40% volume to market cap ratio. So things are up kind of a bit in volume, at least. But when we look at the market and look at the price in the last 24 hours, it's down by 15%. We understand that in the last week, it's down by 1%. In the last month, it's up by 48%. And in the last year, it's up by 127%. All history, this has been able to get to a, $1,000 price point, $1,400 price point. Where it currently stands is $65. So the difference between that is massive. And the highs that we've seen that at, I don't know what the market caps were. So it looks like a $4 billion market cap versus the highest point, which I can't seem to view, is a 30, sorry, not 30, is a $11 billion market cap. Where it currently stands is about a $1 billion market cap. So maybe, I don't know, you might have had a little bit of dilution in it, but either way, you're looking at some decent potential within it. I don't have it, and I don't plan to buy it. I think at one point I did plan to buy it, but yeah, it's just not in my book, I guess, to where I wanted to purchase it. Not something that's on my list. That's what I was looking to say. Boom was at the beginning of the meme coin boom, so many have died. Um, Bohm was at the beginning of the meme. Yeah, I think I don't think we saw that was this like the start of the meme coin boom, definitely for sure. But I think you should still have some decent success. But the problem is that you have a meme coin window, and if you are within the altcoin season within that meme coin window, and you are a popular play, you will continue to rise massively. But yeah, you're right. There's definitely a huge learning curve between meme coins and utility projects. And Bohm didn't seem to have that massive breakout that we wanted. However, it doesn't mean that it has completely died off and that it will not be worth a lot more. Sometimes that pause and that wait that we see there can be all the reason to break out even more in the actual altcoin season. So, yeah, those were the days. Boom, Slurf feels like a lifetime ago. Evolving Skies booster box was $80. $80 box. Now it's worth $2,500. If you hold it for 5 years, that's crazy. Doge on Mars is a huge letdown, but it is my $5 investment. It is now worth 60 cents. Yeah, It's not good. I had Dogelon Mars when you saw a lot of hype into it, and then some things kind of pushed me away. I know I could have kept getting like views from it because people wanted to hear about it and talk about it. That's not something I believed in or something that I wanted to believe in, right? There's a difference between talking about plays that you want to believe in and that you've invested into and that you've shown that you believe in them versus ones that you're just like, hey, I want to talk about it because everybody wants to hear about it. No, there's for me, it wasn't it. It the was it the Methuselah Foundation? That's what really bothered me. It's like I don't like dilution, and if you have any type of dilution there, it's a major problem. Let me quickly go get these kids up and tell them to get ready, and then I'm gonna go up there and feed them breakfast, and I'll continue to live stream throughout. But there may be an instance to where I'm gone for a little bit more because of getting them on the bus and doing their hair and all that stuff that dads have to do. So give me a second. I will be right back. We're gonna continue this live stream and not just end it. So give me a minute. All right. So I probably got like, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes until I get up there. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the chair. I really don't have much of a chair. My other chair is gone, and all I have is this little small backed chair. So you're not really gonna see any type of chair, unless you do. No, you shouldn't see a chair here. I apologize. Last video, Perry stated that there were a lot of coins with great prices to buy. How do you feel about that statement now? A lot of coins with great prices to buy. Now there are a ton of coins with great prices to buy. I think it's still a good buy price no matter what. The point about buying is that you don't know exactly where the bottom is, but you have seen the peak point, at least for maybe a brief moment. So you understand that these higher prices of an XRP, $3.65, a less than $2 XRP is a steal price compared to that price. A $2.20 XRP is a steal price compared to that price. It doesn't mean that you have to get the absolute low. A large part of investing is understanding that. Sorry, I got distracted. They're banging their feet upstairs. But a large part of investing is understanding that you don't know exactly where the low price is, and that if you can see a price higher than that, then it is a good price where you stand, as long as you are patient, because patience really does pay out in the end. I look at that all the time, and I'm like, I have many cryptocurrencies in my possession that I feel are worth way more than where they are, but and many cryptocurrencies that are also negative in my possession. And does that mean that they're never going to become positive? Does that mean that they're never going to have or experience any type of growth? No, right? I think they are going to experience this growth. It's just a matter of time. So your prediction is right. You talk about it. If it is wrong, you forget about it. Bitcoin funds trafficking is gonna go to zero. XRP will flip. I think XRP will definitely flip Bitcoin, but I don't think Bitcoin's gonna go to zero. Algorand is at a good price. I agree with you. Um, Out of all ISO 222 coins, IOTI has fallen the most from all-time high, $5.69, dropped by 96%, followed by Algo at 88%, $3.28 to 80, or sorry, down 88%, based on Grok AI. What's quant? I mean, I like quant. I don't have a lot of quant, or I don't have any quant actually. I did have a leverage traded quant, but it got liquidated, force liquidated, because other positions dropped lower than what my stop loss was, which is ridiculous. Ugh, we dropped more. Yeah, it seems like we're dropping even more. Down 2%. If we look at the market right now, Bitcoin's down by 11% in the last 24 hours. It's down by 2% in the last hour. 3% for Ethereum in the last hour. XRP is down by 3% in the last hour, down to $1.84. Solana down 2%, 2.5%, 3% for the last 24 hours, 15% for Dogecoin, 15% or 16% for Cardano, below the 40-cent price point, currently at 39 cents. Again, I think that's a steal. What's my price point on Cardano? Give me a second.
At Redstar 7311 donated $5 through Super Chat. What are your thoughts on Sway and CHILLGUY?
That was a while ago. That was such a long time. It was like an hour ago. That just came through now verbally. That's crazy. What is up with Streamlabs? Um, but yeah, like I was saying, I like quant. I think that's what you were asking. But I think I was doing something else that I now can't remember what I was going to do. Let me go back to this and then go back to trading and see where. Oh yeah, I was going to take my cash and just withdraw it. Or was I waiting? No, it doesn't matter. Because I had a good amount of cash I wanted to put towards a play, and I put it towards SUI, and I'm happy with that. And I bought SUI twice, so I'm gonna withdraw the cash that I have in there, and then put it back where it was supposed to be. Um, 68K XRP back to 60 cents. I would love that, but I don't think that's the case. Guys, Jasmine gonna go up so high. Guys, and Chronos too. Um, Spencer, what are you doing? Stop doing that. Spencer, what? Give me a second. Sorry. Did the cat walk by at all? Someone said the cat is the new host. I realized we still had Erica's suitcase back here. Um, that was funny. Investor Connect saying Matt's gone to test the roof joist. No, that's not funny. That is funny. Shib will be there because of investors. What does that mean? I don't think Shib is dead. I think you definitely missed a large window of seeing Shib explode and be worth so much more. But yeah. What what causes the bear market? There's many things. Right now, we're seeing a lot of outflows of like Bitcoin ETF outflows, Ethereum ETF outflows. We're seeing outflows across the board. So institutional handling is kind of showing us what they can do and how far it could come back down. I'm not muted. I was muted, but I'm not muted now. um, oh, there's the cat. Can you stop trying to jump on things, man? Just jumping on couches and whatnot. That was Spencer, by the way. If you wanted to know who what cat that was Spencer. 2 years, zero progress. Hey, people still talk about SHIB in 2025. Yeah, I mean, it's still a top meme coin. You still talk about it. I don't think it's dead, but I think um there's definitely a missed window where we could have seen so much more growth. But because of the lack of burns and the lack of support for SHIB, we didn't see that. Uh, it sucks if next year we're going down to 20,000 and wait another halving. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's the case where um, we will have to wait another halving for any type of major increase or um, levels to an altcoin season or even just to see an altcoin season. Now, I don't think Bitcoin's going to come down to 20,000. I think it's going to be worth a lot more as you see, stability in the market. It's just, um, how what's the low that we can expect? And I know people have said that through history, like you look at history and you're like, the last low was like 17, 17,000 that we saw, and 16 or 15, 16, 17,000, whatever it is. And now we expect to see 20. I mean, if I was looking to see a low and I was like, if I had a crazy low there, I would probably say 30, 30,000, but definitely not um, 2,000. I lost 2,000 because of you, Matt. How? Uh, just sell it, brother. You done made a big gain. Sell what? In in 10 years, in 10 years, 90% made more coins. In 10 years, 90%, maybe more coins will be gone. So get used to volatility. I don't think that's the case. Um, but again, that's 90% of coin. I guess you can look at that. Never mind. I don't think they'll be gone. I just think they won't be as um, relevant in a way. I think you're going to have a lot of projects that have their own specific use cases, regarding them. But I think, when you look at the amount of coins that you have in there, I guess that number does make sense because you look at the top coins and you're like, those are going to be around for sure in some capacity, in some way. But will they be as strong or will they be stronger? Right? That's where that goes. So I guess that does make sense. If you look at a lot of the meme coins that are out there that really don't hold any value and are just there for gains, eventually when they hit those gains or even before that, they may end up going to a point where they're not worth anything or anything at all. Hey bro, I bought Zcash at $20 and sold half at $700. Do you think I should hold the the half or sell it? Well, that's totally up to your exit strategy, right? If it was me and I saw a lot of success in Zcash, right? Then I would definitely hold the half because you already made profit out of it. You can't do wrong with no matter what you go down to, you are still making profit. It's just whether you're getting that extra 300 or whatever, $50 or so, right? So yeah, it's totally up to you. I don't like to tell people exactly what to do, right? This is not a place to where I give you financial advice, and I plan to give you a financial advice. I mainly talk about the positions that I have and that I believe in, and you know, give you at least some information or what I would do in cases, but it doesn't mean that you have the same mindset or that you should do the same thing as me. You said I've lost $2,000 because of you on Zomedica. Was that, wait, was that, that's a stock, right? Imagine a short squeeze to the upside 2 years back. I mean, these are the things that, certain things that happen within plays. And I'm not gonna lie. I make plays and I talk about the plays that I believe in. Zomedica, I remember that. I talk about the plays that I believe in, and sometimes those plays just don't pan out well at all. And this is why every single time that I talk about the plays that I buy, I don't expect or tell anybody to purchase anything that I'm buying. This is a lot of times why I don't show a lot of my short-term plays or even my long-term like retirement accounts, right? I don't want anybody to copy my exact strategy. I don't like showing my portfolio. I don't want to because I know that people will copy it even though I tell them not to. These are plays that I'm making and I believe in. You shouldn't believe in something that somebody else believes in because they gave you information for it. You should be looking at it and going, I believe in this because I've done the research, right? And that's why I try not to, I definitely tell people not to copy me. I definitely tell people not to put money in plays. I invest into things because I want to invest into those and I want to document those things. Right? That's why a lot of the time people are like, why you always talk about you, and what you're buying? Talk about what's happening in the market. I don't own those things. Why do I care about them? So I always talk about the things that I own because I'm making that investment, right? So if I lose money here, I make money there, right? If I lose money here, I make money there. And while we did have major opportunity in so many things in the stock market, when it comes to, AMC going to $80, when it comes to Tesla and how much I was able to make there and MicroStrategy and Nvidia and many other things that I've made money from, I've also lost money on different plays. So should it have experienced major increases? Of course. But do you have to have entire support from communities or from people in order to see those things explode? Yes. Yes, you do. All right, I have to go and get really quick. I have to go and get them a little bit more ready for school. I think Harper's done with her breakfast, so I have to brush her hair and everything. So we're gonna be back and forth. But when they do get on the bus, we'll be back for like an hour, and then we can continue to chat and yeah. So just give me a second. We'll refresh the market and see where the market is. Things are looking positive, I guess. Give me a second. Has the market changed in any way since I've been gone? Let's see. Refresh. So it looks like Bitcoin is up to 83. Or if you look at it in the last 24 hours, it's down to 83. Up by 1.46% for Ethereum, up by 1.7%, back up to $1.90 for XRP. That's good. Anything that has risen the most in the last hour, it looks like Juniper is up by 3%. Aster is up by 3%. Uniswap SUI also up. Might be a good investment. Might be a good buy that I made. But I don't know what price it got filled. Let me go back here and look at SUI. It looks like it was the first time it was $1.34. The second time it was, or the first time it was $1.37. The second time it was $1.34, and the third time, which was one SUI that I bought, was $1.21 for some reason. It didn't go down that low, but I don't. That's fine. Let's see. Let me go home. But how are you guys doing today? We got 241 likes. We got 77 people that are here. Make sure you guys hit the like button if you haven't had a chance to do so. Also, again, check out my link for BTCC. I don't know where I stand with BTCC. Let me see. Let me click my own link so that I can. No, come on. There we go. So I can bring up the breakdown and then also go into BTCC overall. Markets, BTC. So yeah, OKB, I'm down by 52%. Atom, I'm down by 25%. Jasmine, I'm down by 77%. On that, in OKB, or sorry, not OKB, in BTCC. I'm actually looking. Do I have any other value? I have like $137 USDT worth of value that I can add, and I think I'm gonna go back in on Lunic. I know how that may sound. It may not seem like a wise thing to do, a wise decision, but we will see how that wise decision acts, or find something else. I don't know. You mentioned a short squeeze to the upside 2 years back. Oh yeah, I heard that. What are your thoughts on Flare? It's very cheap too. I haven't seen where Flare is, but I know that Flare has some decent potential. I've talked about it in maybe like 2 or 3 situations. Can't blame the YouTube videos for your mistakes. These people only know as much as you do, especially when it comes to cryptocurrency. I mean, there's a lot of people that know even more about technical analysis than I do, and there are people that are losing. Those same people that know more about technical analysis are losing more money than or technically I'm not really losing money, but are losing money compared to me, who I know about technical analysis and I've used it. I don't use it in crypto as much unless it's primarily short term. Long term, so difficult to predict exactly where things are going because a lot of it is uncharted waters. Um, and yeah, so you have to. I wouldn't say blame yourself. You can have some accountability on me. I'm putting my information out there and I know that people are going to go ahead and buy it. So that's why a lot of times I will cater my words and tell people, hey, do not buy what I'm saying. Do not copy me. Make your own decisions. If you're going to make that, make sure you have an exit plan. All of these things. um, Number 2021, that's how I got wasted. I don't know what that means. Fear, because I was hoping for some needed gains. Spencer, what are you doing over there? Stop it. Take profits when up. I mean, if you're looking for the short term, yes, for sure. But you should always find a place to where you can take your initial investment so that you can maybe feel happy about what you're investing in, especially if you don't understand it, right? If you don't fully understand it, you have to take your initial investment when you can, whatever your exit plan is, and don't get too greedy. When you get too greedy, you end up losing out on opportunity. I sold everything at 92 to 90K. I could be wrong, but I'd rather just wait for the market to go down and buy back in. Um, I still got 70 cents in the market in case we back. I still got 70 cents in the market in case we back. I work for G4S. Also, the altcoin season, everyone was expecting big gains, and the market always does the opposite. I don't, I don't think it always does the opposite. I think when we have a a massive expectation, then yes. But if we have something where we're like we have expectations that the market's going to rise, and it's never like, oh, this is going to be the biggest altcoin season we've ever seen. That's if it's just rising, we typically can see that happen, and we will see that happen. Sometimes we'll see even more. But when we expect huge things, we get kind of less. And a lot of times what happens is we'll like, especially if we're really really expecting something massive and we know it's going to happen based on all the news, based on all the adoption, based on all the use and everything there, we know that these things are going to happen. What will happen is we'll see a massive downturn where many people are like, see, it's over. The crypto altcoin season is not going to happen. Many people question it. They're like, we're going to be in extreme fear. We're already in extreme fear. And to know that we're in extreme fear while we're still overall seeing a massive increase to cryptocurrency, right? Bitcoin, Ethereum, all of those things are still up compared to those lows. It shows that we're oversold. We're in fear. We're ready to see this break out, and it will break out. And I'm excited to see when that will absolutely when it will explode. But I know for sure that we will see that explosion. Right now, this is literally weeding out all the people that don't believe in it. And the more that we drop, the higher that the price is going to eventually go of a lot of things. So again, it's going to be interesting. When do you think it will stop going down? Honestly, I don't know the answer to that. It all depends on people. It depends on what people are doing. If you hear of many people like, oh, I'm getting out, I sold at 92,000, or I sold my money at this point, or I sold my money at that point, the more we hear of that, the more reason why we're going to see that continue to drop. When we start hearing the market is over, I've been completely out for, a day or two or maybe a week, that's when you can expect to see things blow up. I watched your Kraken video, got me thinking I was having as I have a large bag of Terra as well. I think I might hold it and move it to a cold wallet when the price went up. Didn't realize and missed my chance. Rip. What do you missed your chance to move it into a cold wallet when things go up? What do you think this? So yeah, I mean, my recent Kraken video, I don't know if you're saying like you don't have time to move it. You have time to do whatever you want. It's December is the last day to where deposits and all of that will be stopped, but then liquidation will happen in, I forget what was the time. It might have been March. Is that right? Or February? I forget what the date was. But either way, I'm out of it on Kraken, and I have it in my MetaMask wallet. It's not on the Terra. Why can't I put words together? It's not on the classic chain. It's in BNB. So Yeah. What do you think is crashing the market? Many things. I think, ETF outflows are definitely a big part of it. Um, you have fear in the market. That's a big part of it. You have liquidations and leverage trading. That's a big part of it. Um, but not really anything on the news side of things. I don't think that's really affecting anything. Um, but yeah, I think it's just that, and then the kind of marrying of the two, selling versus liquidation versus selling versus liquidation, and when that train actually stops. You know? All right, so I pretty much have to go upstairs and wait for the bus in like 3 minutes. So 3 minutes, we're gonna go up there and we're gonna wait for the bus. It'll probably be until about 8:20, 8:24 to where the bus actually gets here. And then I'll come back down here and we will stream for, a little bit longer, maybe like an hour or so. Maybe do it until the market opens to see how the market reacts. Because a lot of times you'll see the stock market also kind of flow in the same manner. Before it used to be inverse, and now it's not. A little green. Yeah, we got a little bit of green. Oh yeah, we got a good amount of green. Oh, that's the top plays there. Wait, hold up. Let me go back. Let me go back to the regular. Ah, yeah, XRP though. I mean, up to $1.91. It's making those moves. BNB up 2% in the last hour. A little bit of a recovery. You got to understand that these are not the lowest lows we've ever seen. For some things like Cardano's low, very low. I think that's a huge steal of a price. If I didn't already have it, I would have bought it for sure. But I decided to buy SUI, where SUI stands at $1.37, and hold 1,000 or 2,000 shares of SUI, 2,000 coins of SUI. All right, I think I have to go upstairs and wait for the bus with the kids and get them their book bags on and all that stuff. So it'll be probably like 10 minutes. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. And definitely hit that like button while you're here. Do we think we hit the bottom? I don't know. I mean, that is a far drop for Bitcoin from 120 to 83. That's a large drop. It's a really, really large drop. It's less than a $2 trillion market cap. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back. 10 minutes at max for sure. All right, we're back. We are back. And from what I saw, the market was moving a little bit more. Go ahead and refresh this. Maybe not. We're up by 3% for Bitcoin in the last hour, 3.5% for Ethereum, 4% for XRP. BNB is up by 2%. Solana is up by 3.2%. But things are still down overall, obviously. Markets are moving back off rate data or data now. I believe Trump is the top 5 worst president of all time, but he would be in my lifetime. Let's keep politics out of this. We don't want to talk about politics. It's more about just what's going on in the crypto market. That's what this video is about. That's what his live stream is about. That's what majority of my videos are about. It's about investing, whether it's in cryptocurrency, stock market, mainly in cryptocurrency though. So let me see. I was gonna make an investment into something from BTCC. Spencer, come here. Let me pet you. Can I pet you? There we go. Good cat. It's time for the bounce back. Let's see it. That's what I want to see. For sure. Did anybody make any notable purchases while we saw some of these lower declines? Did anybody buy any, AVAX or Solana or ADA or SUI or HBAR or whatever? Did anybody buy any of these plays? World Liberty Financial, Athena, Aster. Kronos is up by 4.5% in the last hour. Still down by 10% in the last 24 hours and 14% in the last 7 days. But in the last hour, up by 4%. I'll take that, moving its way back up to 10 cents. Let's see if some news has changed with crypto. I don't have any sound. Sorry. Thank you for telling me that. It's gonna be 15 seconds of people saying I don't have sound. But yeah, a 6x leverage on Solana at 126. Not a bad play at all. I think there's going to be a lot of plays out there to where you do have that opportunity, and that's why I was looking at leverage trades, and I was just like, an XRP, a Solana, even Ethereum, wherever. It's I look at it and I'm like, there's huge opportunity here. So like, do I do a 5x leverage on X? I don't have any XRP leverage trades right now, so maybe I put through a leverage trade. Maybe a little bit of like I said, a 5x leverage. I don't have any free cash flow. So yeah, if I put through that and do it at a, what's a 20% drop? No, that's a 20% profit. 20% drop. That'd be a $1.53 mark. Will it continue to drop? Who knows? Um, I got some of the ones you mentioned. I can't buy till payday, as the price have dipped. Would have been a good time to buy. Yeah, I mean that's how it goes too. Like if you get paid on specific days or expect money to flow in on specific days, it's tough because on those days, you want to make a move, right? And you make that move, and then now you're waiting to the next payday or the next time frame to where you can make a move. And a lot of times when you get paid is not the right time to buy things, right? Um, so you got to find what you can find. 2000 XRP, 2000 XRP leverage using XRP at $1.81. Like you're saying 2000 XRP that's leveraged or 2000X somehow. The live don't have sound. It should have sound now. I kind of messed up by saying or by turning it off. I had to cough. The only thing I don't understand is why altcoin season didn't happen yet. I would say the my best guess of why altcoin season hasn't happened yet. One, we have a lot of big negative news that is going on for the past, I would say couple of months. We have some good news as well with ETFs and all that stuff. But also, we have negative news when it comes to liquidations and massive amounts of liquidations. Um, you know, for some reason I'm drawing a blank of other negative news, but there's other stuff. um, if I had to take my best guess as to why altcoin season hasn't happened, it's more about the fact that many people believe that it's supposed to happen now, and they think that it's going to be the biggest altcoin season ever. And usually, when those large scale events happen, they happen when you least expect it, or when many people least expect it. So if the market comes down and absolutely crashes 50% or whatever, that's when we would least expect it to break out. But many people that believe in the Warren Buffett strategy, be greedy while others are fearful, and greedy while others are fearful, and fearful while others are greedy, we look at those as opportunities. And once many people catch on to that opportunity, it's now already in that FOMO and bull market. So it it hasn't happened because we expect it to happen. Does that make sense? Is this a bear market for sure now? I don't think so. Some people might say so. I don't think so. It's not clearly defined as a bear market. But again, when you expect something to happen, that's when, or when you expect something to happen, that's when the exact opposite happens. So truly an unpredictable market. Mine was a 32x at $1.81. Okay, so you got 2000 XRP at in that 32x at $1.81. Well, hopefully that pans out well for you. Um, Buy order set for H bar at 8 cents. Where's it currently? 10 cents? Here's H bar. Let's see. Let's see what H bar is. H bar. H bar is currently at 12 cents. Um, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. You might end up having that limit order for a while. No, I didn't long purchase 2000 XRP, but also used XRP to purchase buying price was okay, $1.81. Got you. It's an extended market. We hit the what? We hit the Pico top, not the actual top. What is that? Yeah, I don't think that was the actual rise of everything, right? I know Bitcoin hit 120 and that was great, and many people think that because Bitcoin, drops to a lower level, that um, everything else is going to fall with it, and everything else hit their peaks as well. I don't think altcoins have hit their peaks. I think you've had some that have experienced new all-time highs and maybe even created a new um, a higher market cap level as well, right? But there's so much. There's like 60 seconds difference with the comments and the live feed. Um, Usually it's like 15 seconds. I tend to, get into a long spiel. So if it seems like 60 seconds, that's actually a good time frame. Like if you write the comment and I talk about it 60 seconds later, that's good. If that's what you're referring to. Or if you mean the comments coming up on the screen. 50% of people that voted here today, the 564 votes, said that they didn't hit the like button. If you haven't had a chance to hit the like button, please do so. It does help out the channel, helps out growth, and just all of the above, just a lot of stuff. So please hit that like button. It does help out. We're going to be live for about an hour at this point and see what happens in the market open. So I want to know what's going to happen in my position today. The pre-market doesn't look bad. Pre-market looks slightly positive. I'm up by $400. However, however, that can turn very, very quickly. We've seen it happen. Are you still holding? Are you still holding? And what are your plans going forward? So yes, I'm still holding everything that I have purchased in crypto, unless I hit an exit price. So for certain things like GME, GameStop, I've hit an exit price on that GameStop coin, but that was a while ago, as well as Swift coin, hitting a price on that a while ago, taking 100,000 of that and leaving in 500,000 coins to that. But all of my other plays like XRP and Ethereum and YFI and ADA and Solana and all of those, right? I'm still holding all of those plays. My strategy is not based on a time frame. It's not based on, hey, I need to get rid of this by the end of the year. Honestly, I'd rather not see increases until the new year. Because if we get to a point where I'm taking profit, I'm then having to pay taxes on those profits that I have there. So I would rather not. And then in the beginning of the year, see a full breakout. But if it does happen, it does happen. So I'm not really on time frames to an extent. I'm more on price levels that I hit. So I'm looking for XRP to hit a level of $5 so I can take my initial investment plus a little bit of profit, right? I'm looking for a Jasmcoin to hit a 10 cent, 20 cent mark so that I can take my initial investment plus a little bit of profit. I'm looking for many other plays to hit certain price points throughout it. Now, if that happens this year, great. If it happens next year, great. If it doesn't happen either of those years, I'm still fine because I'm not looking for it to happen right now or as soon as possible. The more that you change your mindset to, I could play this out long term, and whenever this works out is when it works out, if you change your mindset to that, you will be a lot more successful because you won't be worrying every second of the day whether you are buying high or buying low or whatever. So, am I still holding? Yes. What are my plans going forward to play out the same exit plans as I was before today happened? I need some food. So, let's see what's trending in the market right now. What's actually increasing the most? So, currently, when we look at what's trending, what's number one trending, we have Bitcoin as number one trending at an 83,000, almost $84,000 price. It's up in the last hour, down in the last 24 hours. You have Ethereum that's trending. You have, I don't know how to say that. Is it Azos? Probably wrong. Network that's up 2.66% or down 14% in the last 24 hours. Trump official or official Trump is up by 2% or down by 8.5%. Let's see, anything moving crazy. Google AI. Is that a legit Google AI? No, it's definitely not. That's a $228,000 market cap with $6.2 million worth of volume. So definitely not. MetaChain rising 59%. BOB, build on Bitcoin. That's at a $45 million market cap, 27% increase, 13% for the last hour. Jesse, 138% increase over the last 24 hours. That's wild. That's up 665% at a $2.45 million market cap. Tesla AI coin. I know that all of these are not like legit coins. You know what I mean? Um, like Tesla coins or Google coins. Like they're not legit coins. Every time I say legit, I want to say from that Vine legitness. That was legitness. Every time it comes through my head, and I'm like, yeah. You know what? Hold up. I'm supposed to be looking for Daniel Tosh tickets to see if I can purchase. I went on here. I hate the pre-sale things that they have. I know they do pre-sales for certain members and stuff. And like I'm a like Citi card holder. I have American Express. I have all these things. And I can do um the pre-sales, but a lot of times the pre-sales for certain levels require a certain level of pre-sale, and it's stupid because I want to get like a front row ticket, and now in order to get a front row ticket, I have to have either platinum membership or whatever it is, or um, I just buy it for a resale amount, which is mostly what it's going to be is a resold ticket. And it sucks because then you end up paying $500. You end up paying double what the ticket price is, and if it's in high demand, it's like $1,000. But and it's stupid. And it's like it's like it's worth it. Like I like the shows and I like going to the comedy shows and everything. I think the most I've ever spent on a front row ticket was like I don't know $600 per ticket. I think that's the most I've ever spent, and that was a meet and greet ticket. So I understand why that one was a little bit more expensive, and I would love to have that with every situation. But anyways, I'm trying to get these tickets. So let's see. They shouldn't be in pre-sale. They should be available now. What's today? Oh, it's at 10 a.m. So I'll wait till 10 a.m. and see what I set like an alarm or something so that I know. Today. What's that? 21st? Yes. All right, I'll be on here until probably about like 9:40, and then I'm gonna hop off at 9:40. I want to see what happens with the market and give it like 10 minutes to see what's going on. But then at like 9:50, that's when I would need to get prepared to pay for tickets, even though I don't want to use that card that we have on file. Check that payment info is current. My payment info should be current. Okay, all that should be current. Um, let's see. I bought more Teo in this dip while people are panic selling. Yeah, I mean that's sort of what you need to do is buy those low levels as best you can. That's what I've done, time and time again. Many people will look at, maybe what I have, and I have many things that are negative right now. Overall, in my portfolio, I'm up, but many things that are negative. And I'm not mad at the fact that I have negative plays because I know that there is life well above where I bought at, and most of them were positive not too long ago, and majorly positive at that. When we look at things like AVAX, like have it at 20, 21, 20. I don't even know what it is. It's like 20 something dollars, and it was up to like 30 something dollars. So I was majorly positive on that and what I held. But now that it's down to like 12 or 13, now you're not so positive, right? So I have life above that, and if I wanted to, I would average in, but I decided to buy today. I decided to buy SUI because I don't have SUI and I wanted to have it. But right now, the market is in extreme fear. It's on 11 when it comes to the fear and greed index. Altcoin season, we are at 25 out of 100. We are definitely in the oversold category, 34.85 on the RSI. So, yeah, looks like Bitcoin is up to 84. You see XRP that's up to $1.93, approaching that $2 mark. OKB back up to $97.62. Let's see, scroll down. Caspa is at 3.7 cents. XDC. I was looking for Jasmcoin. I don't think Jasmy is here. Jasmy fell quite a bit. Jasmy's sitting at about 70% of a penny. It's at 69% of a penny. Still is down on the day by 13%, 14%. How do you transfer Lunic from Kraken to MetaMask? So The one thing that I didn't do was transfer my Terra Luna Classic, which I'm mad about because I wanted to cut to. If you transfer your Terra Luna Classic in any capacity, it is considered when you sell it a long-term capital gains tax. However, when it does increase, what I did was I had to. You can't send it directly to there because one's on the Terra Classic chain, and the other one is on BNB, right? So I decided to purchase it through that so that I can easily transfer it to BNB and then kind of get it out of there whenever I feel like it. But I'm also giving up my long-term hold of what it was. But I did decide to buy more. I now have 100 million Terra Luna Classic in my possession. But I basically sold it off of Kraken, put that money in my bank account, and then just bought on MetaMask because I already had money on there. So I decided to buy here, sell there, and that's the way that it made it easy for me. I could have done it another method by selling directly on the classic chain, but I didn't want to go about that because I was trying to do it through crypto.com, but crypto.com is also not accepting any deposits. Like if you buy on there, you can buy directly. But I didn't want to have to buy on crypto.com with their massive price swings. I would rather send it and have a certain amount of coins versus buying it and selling it on that platform. So I think the best case scenario was to own it on MetaMask on the BNB chain, and then be able to convert it directly to BNB later on. Now I would have to send that BNB or do something with that BNB somewhere somehow. Um, I think the only place that I could send it right now is crypto.com, so I would still fight that process of it. But we will see. It really all depends. What's the deal with Bitcoin hyper or Bitcoining hyper? I don't know what that is. Unless you like had a typo or something, or unless that actually is what it is. I don't know what that is. Matt, friends, if you have to pick two coins to buy right now, what coins you should get? So for me, my two coins that I would buy, one SUI, I already bought it, and two would be AVAX and where it stands. Would love to get 1,000, and I think this price, it's a no-brainer. But currently I have 500 AVAX, so I decided to just put the money in SUI rather than split it up. So that was that. I'm buying more dog. Now, have you looked into MCSI? Thing to do with has something to do with MicroStrategy? MSCI proposes to exclude companies whose digital asset holdings are greater than 50% from their total assets. MicroStrategy could be in trouble. I don't know. Bitcoin Hyper is the coin. Give me a second. Let me see you said what's going on with it. I split it up. Yeah, I don't see it. So if that's supposed to be a new project that's not on CoinMarketCap, I don't see it there. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know. No financial advice, but Brett on base chain is an easy 20x. I mean, that's a meme coin, but I don't think that's a bad play. I don't think it's the best play. Do you do you know? Okay. Do you know what crypto cold wallet supports Terra? I have Trezor. Trezor. They don't support it, and want to buy one that supports that coin and others. So I don't know, but I think that it depends how you're looking at Terra Luna Classic in the end and what your process is. If you're looking to hold it for forever, then it makes sense to find a cold wallet that's going to house Terra Luna Classic, right? If you're looking to profit from things, a cold wallet might not be the best option. You want to find the opportunity to sell the position throughout different price points. If you have it in a cold wallet, it's going to be difficult for you to do that. So, do I know of any? No, I can't say that I do. But should you be looking that route? Probably not. I think you should probably look for the route of um, just trying to find, I would say find an exchange, but the US exchanges that house Terra Luna Classic is very difficult. If you live outside the US and you own, um, and you have a Binance account, you could trade Luna left and right and do whatever you want with it. You said for me, XRP and AVAX is your two. That's not a bad, that's not a bad choice. I'm very tired, I'm very hungry. I bought this watch strap because I saw a video from who's what's his name? Who's the boss? Is that the tech channel? I think that's his name. But they were going over different tech, like buying different tech, and this is cool. Like I really like it. It has magnets, so this straps on via like magnets together, and it's really strong, right? So the only thing that I've run into issues with is that when I am like putting on a sweater or something, I can easily like push through it, and it does like fall off in that case. And since I do have bigger wrists, it doesn't clasp on all the way. Like I feel like there's maybe one, two, three, four, five, six, like seven magnets that it's using versus maybe 10 magnets that can make it a lot stronger. The more magnets you have, the stronger the attachment actually is. Like it's very difficult. The more that you have, the less that you have. If you only have two or three, it just easily comes right off. Like I like it. I like it a lot, and I have a couple of them. But then now I'm worried. Like if we go on a roller coaster or something, this is just gonna fly off. And we're planning on going to uh, Hershey Park again. We go to Hershey Park multiple times a year. Um, but yeah, we're planning on going again, so I'm gonna have to change out my strap for something that's a little more secure. But it is good for like never breaking my watch band or breaking the like it'll this part will lose tension before this part, so you never have an issue with snapping that off. So I like it. I like it a lot, and I'm glad they had one for the Galaxy Watch 8. I was going to say it is. Is it strong? The strap? Yeah, I mean the magnets are very strong. There has to be a Santa rally, right? I mean, I hope so. Well, kind of. I hope so, but I don't hope so at the same time. Like I like to see the gains, but I don't want to get to the level of gains that I want for to sell my positions because I don't want to have to pay taxes on it if it happens within this year. I want it to happen within next year. So if it gets close enough, let's say if it is at, December, I don't know, 29th, and we see a price of $5 in XRP that gets hit, I'm not going to sell until we get to the new year for sure. And I don't plan on selling all of my XRP. I plan on selling just a small portion, well, 25% of it to get my initial investment plus profit back, and then leave the rest that's in there. GME Ethereum is getting a bit of attention lately. Haven't seen it. Maybe I haven't seen it. I have the Solana Ethereum or Solana GME. $20 million market cap could be a play. It's interesting. I mean, I already have a GME that I made a decent amount of money off of, and I want to uh, profit on it more, and I feel like I will eventually. But right now, I have sold GME also. Yeah, I like that one. That's the one. I think right now I have 1 million of it, and it's worth 500 or $600 at the moment. But I've been able to make a lot of money from that GME play. So we'll have to see if that does, break out. Why isn't this allowing me to swap? Hmm. I have a milli also. Yeah, I had when I first started, I had 3 million, but then as it ran up to like 3 cents, I made a decent amount of money from that. Um, I think it was 3 cents. It ran up to a higher price, and I made a really, really good amount of money from it. Did he talk about Jasmine? Goodbye? For sure, I think it's a good buy. I think it's uh, a level to where you can have so much more, right? I think at especially when it was at less than or way less than the 70% of a penny level. If you bought $7,000 right now, it would be worth or it would be 1 million, and then it gets up to the 6 cent price point again. You're at $60,000, right? It gets up to the 10 cent price point, $100,000 for your 1 million Jasmine coin that you have. I currently have 1.4 million Jasmine coin because I added another 500,000 Jasmine coin to my possession. Or yeah, it just made sense. Um, I know right now everything is unpredictable, but at least looking at the graph now, does it look like it would bounce back just by looking at it? I mean, just by the understanding that how far we've dropped. Yes, I mean, it looks like we should see a bounce. We should see a massive bounce with how far everything has come back. We're talking about 10% down in situations. Bitcoin dropped all the way not only below the $100,000 mark, but below 90,000 to 80,000. XRP down to less than $1.80 or $1.90, down to $1.80 or so. So you have opportunities just by looking at that and looking at the detail. Fear and greed. We're extreme fear. We're ready to see it break out. Altcoin season. It's at 25 out of 100. The RSI is completely oversold. That means that we expect to see a major breakout just by looking at the overall crypto outlook, not necessarily looking into any individual chart itself. Um, are you buying more Jasmine now? I don't have any more capital to buy more Jasmine. I bought SUI this morning. I bought 2,000 coins of SUI, um, and that was my play for today. I wish I had more money right now active in my bank account, but I don't. Um, but yeah, that was my purchase for today. I just bought $10 Jasmine. Anything works. Seeing it like this, everything is on sale. Exactly. Everything's on fire, everything's on sale, everything looks great to me. That may be my own opinion or my sole opinion, but I think things look fantastic. I need like something, and all I got is these pistachios right now. Because my like everything else is upstairs. I want to go upstairs and just get food for a 30-minute live stream that's left. And these are cinnamon pistachios. Nobody wants those. They look pretty good. When I said nobody wants them, I must be nobody. Because I do want them. I can't just survive off of pistachios, though. It's a crypto Black Friday sale. It does look that way. All right, so I'm immediately up on my XRP play. This is what some people do. This is BTCC. If you guys want to get started trading BTCC, feel free to check out my link in the chat. You guys can leverage trade all the way up to a 500x leverage if you want to. I don't really recommend it. I recommend, lower leverages. You can see all the leverages I have over to the left. You see I got 5x leverage on XRP, 3 on OKB, 2x leverage here, and a 3x leverage here, right? It's not a crazy leverage. Even though a potential downturn like this, you could see a massive leverage, a 500x leverage, and make a decent amount of money from it. I've done it time and time again. But this is what some people would do, right? That I teach how to trade or something. They would see a $2 profit and they're like, I made $2. I'm up 2%. Should I get out of it now? And I'm like, what are you even talking about? Let it sit there. Believe in your investment a little bit before you're just going to give up on it. You're not day trading. If you're day trading, even if you're day trading, why would you risk $100 to make $2? Like, well, now I have $103 or 100 and whatever, and I can put that money into something else. I'm like, that's not enough to make up for the fees that you're getting and all that stuff. Just let it sit there a little bit, make some money, and go about your day. Some of these other ones, though, down by 50%, 78% here, 27%. That's perfectly fine. Well, it's not perfectly fine, but it's okay. Perry, man, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. I mean, I wish the market looked a lot better, but I wouldn't have been able to get SUI today if it didn't look good, or if it didn't look this bad. Are you buying more Jasmine now? So I'm not buying more Jasmine today. I just bought more Jasmine like a day or two ago, and I have 1.5 million now instead of just 1 million. So yes, I bought more Jasmine. No, I'm not buying it today. I'm looking over my charts like, what should I buy? There's so much opportunity. You have to take it one step at a time. Find something that maybe you don't have that you think is going to break out, because then you could immediately see the positivity rather than dollar cost averaging everything else. There's many plays that I'm holding that are down thousands of dollars. Sometimes it could be upwards of 50%, right? And if it's down that much, I could lower my cost basis if I had the funds to do so, but I could also add something new that I feel like is down significantly that has a lot of potential. And that's what I decided to do. I still do average down quite frequently. I'm just, you got to take your time. If you are going to average down, one at a time. What about LRC, loop ring? I still have loop ring. I'm down on it, but I have it. I have a decent amount. You were right. Agreed. Believe in USD going up in your portfolio is good, and USD going down in your portfolio is bad. If your portfolio is going down, you are incorrect. Predictions on Lunic long term. I mean, it really all depends on all the things that are happening and what gets to happen. But um, I'm looking at the multiple $billion market cap level to be able to profit um, a large amount sooner. And if it does get to that 1 cent price point now with 100 million coins, I now look at a $1 million price point. Um, so my process and my strategy has changed quite a bit because the price has come down so much that I decided to buy more, and it's not a massive effect on what my profit already is, because I spent $43 on my original investment. $43, and it turned to upwards of $30,000. Um, and I was able to profit $4,800 out of that. I just put another 1,000 or so dollars back into it. So now my profit sits at, let me go ahead and let's just give me a nice number and say it's around 3,000. Because I added another 40, yeah, 40-ish million coins to my overall portfolio. So it really all depends on what would they do for Terra Luna Classic, the chain, USTC, the repegging, the re-enabling of the algorithm, all of that stuff. If anything, any of those happen, we could see even higher prices. But my expectation is a 1 cent price point, which would be about a $50 billion market cap, which is not absurd. We've seen things that have no utility get to those levels. Would be crazy if USTC stabilizes back to $1. Got a ton of those. I would love to see that happen, but it's not a given that it's going to happen. I think the most success that you're going to see is if we do see it, where we have the ability not only to stabilize the USTC back to $1, but also get Lunic to a place to where it can support USTC in the long run. Whether that comes through a reverse split, whether it comes through burning the supply or whatever, it's going to make Terra Luna Classic a lot stronger. I gotta get some real food soon. I'm gonna eat all of these, and I can't do that. I shouldn't do that. What about LRC, Loop Coin? Can I hold? I have 3,400 LRC. Um, so I like LRC. I'm holding it, but it doesn't mean that you have to as well. I think that they do have um, a decent potential in gains and use. But again, with everything in the market, things in the market that do have a use case, um, you have to see that live on and actually live out to have its use. You know what I mean? But it still has a community behind it. It still has hype behind it. Um, so you should still see the price rise quite a bit. It's just how far do you believe in it after that? I don't have any LRC in my Forever wallet, so I don't plan on holding it forever. But that may change as I get more news, more information. Yep, good call. I'm looking into new coins too, trying to mix it up a little for a new buy and a little for cost basis. Yeah, I agree. Great answers. Thank you. No problem. Guys, we're almost at 300 likes. If you hit the like button and get me to 300 likes, I would appreciate it quite a bit. All right, this is my last handful right here. I said I wouldn't like these. I was like, who eats these? They're actually pretty good. They're sweet cinnamon, no shell pistachios. Maybe they're only pretty good because I'm hungry. I'm seriously hungry. But I got some more. Decorations to do. I got to put up Christmas tree over here. In the background over there. I gotta put up some more lights outside. Grab a bowl of cereal. That's what I'm eating right now. I mean, I will eventually, but I have to see what I have up there because um, I'm not. I don't know if I'm really feeling cereal this morning. I might have to do like a breakfast sandwich or something. I feel like later today I'm not going to eat that healthy. Maybe I will, as we're going to go see Wicked 2 um, today, and yeah, we're going to a dine-in theater, and when we do that, usually I get like wings and fries, which wings I wouldn't say are bad, right? Chicken, high in protein, um, not really breaded heavily. If they were breaded heavily, it would be uh, crazy calories and the macros would be all messed up. But the fries is what really does it, because when you're eating those wings, whatever they have, and you got some good fries, yeah, that'll get you. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll go with because Erica really loves the Caesar, the chicken Caesar wrap that they have. So she loves the chicken Caesar wrap. I like chicken Caesar wraps, but I just feel like a rabbit anytime I eat so much lettuce. Like I'm not a rabbit. I don't want to. I just need like protein, and it doesn't seem like there's a lot of protein in that chicken Caesar wrap. But it is grilled chicken, so I don't know. I might have to just go with the wings. I'll think about it. We're almost at 300 likes. We are 4 likes away from 300 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. Three likes away. What do you think's going to happen when the market opens? One, what do you think is going to happen with the stock market when the market opens? Thank you for hitting the like button, guys. We got to 300 likes. I appreciate you guys a lot. Sorry. What do you think is going to happen when the market opens? It's like a tire releasing air there. When the stock market opens, do you think crypto is going to move in a positive direction, or do you think that it's going to fall or stay flat? Because currently, in the last hour, we're not seeing things that are moving heavily in the green direction. We're seeing some more negativity in this hour compared to the hour before. While XRP was at $1.94, it's now $1.92. So that does suck. I want to see it just continue to grow, but then stop at a certain point because I don't want it to get to $5 yet. But if it does, I won't fight it. I just hope it doesn't happen early in the fourth quarter. Or I guess this wouldn't be early, but early in December. If it's going to happen, I hope it happens at the end so that I have room to kind of buy, or sorry, not buy, to sell at a in the new year rather than in the current year. Because then I also have a brand new year of investing into my 401k, or not 401k, Roth IRA, traditional IRA. I'm all over the place, guys. We've been streaming for about 4 hours, so it's totally understandable. We have been streaming for 4 hours. That's great. I think it's the longest stream that I've done in a very long time. Sorry, I was driving. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. Anything new in the market that has a high amount of volume. So what is this? It has a low. So anytime that I come over here, if I'm looking for cryptocurrency, let me just give you some information. If I'm looking for a new cryptocurrency that's kind of breaking out, having a lot of volume, experiencing a major uptick, and I'm looking for something that I can hold long term, right? There's the two types where I'm looking for long term, I'm looking for short term. This is a lot of volume that happened in Allura. $300 million in Allura for a $43 million market cap. It's up 33% in the last 24 hours, 10% down in the last hour. The circulating supply is about 20% of the overall supply. That's something that does bother me for the short term, sorry, for the long term. But for the short term, it does look like it could be a great fit. So then you start diving into it. It's got 7,000 holders. It's got a max supply of 1 billion coins, $42 million market cap. That's a lot of volume for where that stands. You also see it's available on Binance and Coinbase and OKX. And KuCoin, again, at a $42 million market cap. What does it do? So now you have to get into the information of about Allura. Like, what is it? Allura is an open intelligence platform designed to make artificial intelligence systems more adaptive, collaborative, efficient. The network enables users and developers to access and contribute to a collective layer of intelligence where multiple AI models are combined, compared, refined in real time. So I would go into the detail of that to see what it's all about. And it looks like with the things that it does, it could be a solid long-term play. But I do not like the fact that you only have 20% of the supply out there. So what is the max level, right? If it was a fully diluted value, does that seem like something that's worth more than a $214 million market cap? And the answer to that is yes. It does seem like something that's worth more than a $214 million market cap. So at max, you can be able to experience, up to $1 billion market cap, a 5x return from where that stands, meaning that you have the ability to see the long term, you have the ability to see the short term, and you're able to capitalize on both of those. That's something that I would look at and go, yeah, community sentiment's right for being 81%. Everything that they're explaining here, obviously want to go into it a little bit more, but everything that they're explaining here shows a reason to hold and a reason to like it. It's brand new, sees a lot of volume. It's only at a $42 million market cap. It has experienced a 30% increase, so you would be buying into more of the hype, but you would also be seeing the massive amount of growth that it could have, especially if this supply is not meant to be introduced for a while, and that's something that maybe you would need a little bit more of an explanation on, is the supply of it and know how much will be introduced. Networks token mechanism underpin doesn't tell me their breakdown of the supply, but that's where you can go into and do a little bit more of your own research. But it looks like a good play, Allura. It's on Coinbase, it's on Binance, it's on OKX, 70 other trading pairs. Might want to add this into your rotation to look at this, because it does look interesting. Now, the one thing that we will say is the fact that in the last year, well, not year, but I guess the last month, this is down about 85% from where it started. So meaning that you're seeing it at a much, much lower price than where it started. It started at a $339 million market cap. So it was there. And now we're sitting at a $42 million market cap. So the opportunity that's presenting itself could be massive. Just because it's down 85% doesn't mean that it's nothing but a failure. You only have a week to go off of, maybe 2 weeks to go off of. So it's definitely interesting, to say the least. If I had a little bit more money and I saw this before, I might have done the same thing. It's the same with Undo. Keep looking at it, but never bought it. First cycle, but holding in there. Even though I keep getting told I should be looking to get out. Look, people always look for the short term, and those people will be the ones that go, I'm getting in and out of this play, in and out of this play, in and out of this play. And they're the same people that say you need to be completely out of crypto when it's a bear market. I don't believe that. I believe that you need to have a presence in crypto at all times, right? It doesn't mean that you sell everything that you own. It doesn't mean that you hold everything that you own. If you want to take profit during certain levels that you believe things are going to get to, based on your research, you did the research enough to say, this is the price I should sell something at. This is the price I should sell my next amount at, right? And so on and so forth. But you should always have a presence in a market that you truly believe in. If you think XRP is going to be utilized in massive ways, why would you ever be completely out of XRP? That makes no sense. Even if it is a bear market, why wouldn't you take that as an opportunity to go, okay, I have a little bit of it. If it is a bear market, now I have an opportunity to buy more for the next push, the next reason to hold it, the next level. So I think, what? I think that, as you go through this first cycle, find your bearings, find what your level of acceptance is and what you want to do for cryptocurrency. If you want to hold all of it, if you want to sell all of it, find what works best for you. I like holding crypto through bear markets, through bull markets. If you were one of those people that tried to sell at every moment and sold within the bear market, because Bitcoin's bear market was definitely different than every other bear market for altcoins and all that stuff. So if you decided to hold or sell and then wait for the bear market to officially end, you would have bought back in Bitcoin at maybe 40,000 rather than 15 or 16 or 17,000. So yeah, Christmas ads and Black Friday shopping. just a reminder, we'll get paid and pockets empty again. Is it worth buying on Do? As I don't have any. I don't have any. I have a lot of other coins, mainly the top ones, apart from Ondu. um, is it worth buying that position? I've heard good things about it. Um, I've heard good things about it. It's currently sitting at a $1.4 billion market cap. Um, the total supply, 10 billion, circulating supply, 3.15. I think that was the main issue that I had, was the total supply compared to the circulating supply. But that you can get past that, you can see that it experiences a lot of volume. $176 million worth of volume. Fully diluted value is 4.6 billion. If we look at all history, this has been to a high price of about $2, but I would imagine you had a lesser supply, or maybe not. You're looking at a $5 billion market cap at that point, so it has been there. I think it has the ability to get there again, and will. So, is it worth it? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't count it out. I wouldn't say no. Binance, Coinbase, 186 other pairings. Yeah, I don't have any problem with Ondu. um, yep, thinking of buying it, but don't know much about it. Might have to look into it, maybe. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Everybody else, definitely do your own research into anything that you see, whether it's something I bring up or something that you just stumble upon. You guys sold Bitcoin to get shitcoins. I don't think that's true. Maybe to some extent. Some of my plays have failed. So in that case, yes. But I never sold Bitcoin because I don't have Bitcoin or even enjoy Bitcoin. Those Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwiches are good for a quick breakfast, and they're good on protein and everything. I do like those. So the only thing is that it seems like you're not eating enough because you're just eating that breakfast sandwich, and it's like 300 calories. But the protein that you get is like 20 something. I might be wrong by saying that, but you get a good amount of protein. It's not like they're turkey sausage or anything. It's regular sausage, so it's not crazy protein levels, but it is good on protein. Better than what you would get in a cereal box. Dank Doge, a new meme coin by Elon Musk, possible, but oh, sorry. Goodbye on DEX screener. I don't know about that. Everything is from Elon Musk at this point. Having a diverse, no offense, having a diverse portfolio is the way forward. I have a mix of 18 different coins and still growing. You never know. Very, very true. Okay, thanks for the advice. Much appreciated. No problem. Yeah, very true about having a lot of coins. I am very diverse. I think for my Kraken portfolio, I've done a kind of a div, diversibility test. Is that the word I'm looking for? I wanted to make my portfolio as diverse as possible and go through even some of the lower cryptocurrency. It wasn't even about the higher cryptocurrencies. It was about putting $5 in 100 different cryptocurrencies with the lowest market cap available on Kraken. Now, some of them haven't really experienced great levels of gains. Some of them have. Some of them have exceeded expectations. And some of the gains that I've received off of them after taking my initial investment or anything like that, I've put those into plays that have then risen by 500%, which was XRP. I put money into XRP and watched that grow, and my XRP over there is worth a lot because the funds that went in there went back into that, and that grew. But yeah, I mean, that's what I plan to do, and then I have over 20 or 30 cryptocurrencies on like Coinbase or something. So being diversified not over diversified, but being diversified, you never know what's going to break out. It could be a meme coin, it could be a utility project, it could be a top cryptocurrency, whatever that is, and whatever the case may be, you can make a lot of money from those plays by seeing that growth. And if it's a utility project, you're not only making money, you're growing your net worth in the end by just holding on to it. So the market is open. It looks like crypto is starting to rise. Bitcoin's up, Ethereum's up, XRP is up. Not a crazy amount, but they are up. Let's look at my investing portfolio to see how things are functioning. So it looks like that portfolio is up by 600, so almost $700. It's good. Seeing some green, some bouncing off of those levels. One thing I did want to check is GDLC. I don't know if you guys have heard of this play. This is a grayscale CoinDesk Crypto 5 ETF. This gives you the top 5 cryptocurrencies, and it tracks the top 5 cryptocurrencies. Currently sitting at about $40. My cost basis is much higher than that because I have a retirement account that I started just for the sake of trying to track it over 30 years. But this one position that I have in GDLC is actually down by 23%. That shows the fluctuation in cryptocurrency. And I expect to see some massive growth over time because it's tracking the top 5 cryptocurrencies right now. But my average is $52. And I don't plan on putting anything more in there because this $40 or $4,000 could turn to a 10x or even 20x as we see the market run and as it's tracking the overall market. So I'm excited about that. But as we see that drop, if we get into the new year, I guess I should put some more money into that. But specifically, this is supposed to be for SCHG and the SPY and the Dow Jones as well, because even the SCHG is down by $68 for me, or 3%. Good morning. Good morning to you as well. What are your thoughts? Oh, good morning, folks. I hope everybody is doing well. I'm doing pretty good, Rehab King. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. What are your thoughts on Zebek? Zebek? Looks like it's making some big moves, but not many big YouTubers talking about it. I mean, I don't know about it. I think I might have checked into it one time, but yeah, let it burn. Let what burn? The overall market. Because if it does, we make a lot of money, or we have a lot of opportunity, not make a lot of money, but have an opportunity to make a lot of money based on what we can invest in. So there's going to be a huge reversal anytime now. I can't wait for it. I'm probably not going to be live during that reversal because I got stuff to do. But if we do see it and I get past what I need to get past, I will hop back on and we can continue because I've been live for 4 hours. It's not a given that this is always going to happen, that I'm live for this long, but the market was down significantly. I'm very, very tired. I'm going to go get an energy drink or something. Yeah, it looks like Bitcoin up by 1.5%. Ethereum up by 1%. XRP is up by 1%. They're still down overall, but now XRP is at $1.94. So it's making moves. That's some dedication. Much appreciated. No problem. W stream. Yeah, it was a good stream. I'm not mad at it at all. Just know that there will be a bottom. Yeah, whatever that bottom actually is. XRP is up by 1.5% right now. Altcoin is going crazy. Is it? What's up the most in the top? Altcoin is up by 10 or 11% right now in the last hour. Down by 14% in the last 24 hours, but up by 10% in the last hour. It's insane. Let's look at my watch list and see what's on there and what's not running and what is running. Vector Smartgas is up by 12 or 13%. ALCX is up by 3% or 12% for the last 24 hours, so that's been making a move. Kronos is back up to or closing in on 10 cents. Aster is up by 3%. I want to go back here. What's happening here? So yeah, XRP. I want that to break back above $2 because my XRP over here, I'm up 8%. I might as well take that profit. I'm just playing. I'm not gonna do that. It's not the case. All right, guys, if you could hit the like button, I would greatly appreciate it. I just wanted to see how the market would move for the first 10 minutes or so. And it looks like, we're in the positive, and I want to see if I get offline, if it'll go even more positive and skyrocket. Do you think investors are waiting on another rate cut before money starts flowing back into assets? I mean, it might be tough. You start to get to holiday season, people are using some of that money for Christmas presents and whatnot. I don't know. I think people are waiting on a very low point in order to start investing their money back into the markets, um, because so many people expected the fourth quarter to be bullish throughout that when it's not bullish for the first 2 months, now people are starting to become very fearful. And when they become fearful, what happens? Many actual experienced investors that know how to play the markets will start to buy, and they'll continue to buy and consistently buy, you know. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know to say whether they're waiting for another rate cut. I think it's more about the fact that we had an expectation where the fourth quarter would be insanely bullish, and it did the opposite. With the market correction on getting rid of the penny, and now they can nickel and dime us. That's funny. All right, I gotta go. Guys, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell for more of these videos. Also, check out my link for BTCC down below if you guys want to get started trading on this platform, which is a fantastic one. I will probably put out some videos depending on how the market goes later today, and we could talk about what's going on. But again, I'm going to get out of here, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. See ya. I'll see you later, Twitch, if you're watching on Twitch. And if you're watching on X, I will catch you guys in the next one as well. See ya.